Are you ready for escape to nature? If you are, give me a whoop whoop. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day so far. And welcome to the lovely Okokoyo in Namibia. And thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Lisa. I am the waterhole naturalist for the day, keeping an eye on Okokoyo as well as Gowrie Dam in Djuma. And hopefully we'll have some other locations as well. We are experiencing some rain. So just a heads up, you might be stuck with me today. But hopefully you are okay with that. I am very excited for today. I look forward to all of your questions, your comments, everything. Even if you have a suggestion perhaps for us. But as you can see, we've got some zebras. We had some wildebeest, impalas, springboks, so we are definitely off to a good start here in the lovely Okokoyo. But as you all know, we are live. And what is a safari without some interaction? So please do get in touch with us. If you have any questions really about the animals, about the locations, the waterholes, even about the naturalists or Wild Earth, you are welcome to send those through to us. Remember, if you are watching on the app or on our website, you can just register and that way you can get in touch with us. Otherwise, if you do also follow us on YouTube, remember to subscribe and that way we can keep you posted with everything that is happening at Wild Earth. But as always, Okokoyo seems to be our exemplary child in terms of sunny and nice open weather, but let's take a look at today's weather to see what we can expect. Tadiwa, the lovely voice in my ear, just said, it's okay everywhere else, but it's really hot in Okokoyo. My love, this is not hot. You should go to Sabi Sand in the peak of summer. I remember one day we had 52 degrees Celsius. I nearly died. But yes, 34 degrees Celsius is not too bad for us today. Hopefully that will encourage the animals to come to the waterhole, which I do believe they will because it is really dry in this part of the park. And hopefully some of the animals come for a swim and a splash and a sip. We can only but hope and be grateful for whatever we see. But let me know what you would like to see today. You see, even the zebras are joining us with a whoop whoop. They are definitely joining the party today. And it's really, I know it's something we hear every single day, but it's absolutely incredible to be able to spend time with all of these animals, get to know them, see their behaviors. Yesterday I was actually sitting on my porch and some pied crows arrived, and of course we are very familiar with the crows here in Okokoyo because we hear them on a daily basis, and I for a moment was not sure, am I at work right now or am I at home? Because that is generally where I live, at least. It's not something you hear too often, which was very interesting. But I'm hoping to do some birding today. Hopefully we'll get to see some lovely birds. Ooh, and I do want to share a moment I had with you yesterday as well. So there was this dove. I've got a pond right in front of my porch in the complex that I live. And it was sitting very, very strange, like with its wing in the air. And I thought, no, it broke its wing. and the sprinklers were on, and this dove was literally taking a shower. So he would lift the one wing, and then he would put it back and sort of shimmy a little, and then he would lift the other wing, and then he would literally like elevate the bum a little bit just to get weight at the back as well, and then do the wings as well. It was the most adorable thing. And I once again just realized, nature does not just mean you just have to be watching wild earth, or you just have to go on safari in the wilderness. Nature's all around us. We just have to keep our eyes peeled and appreciate it when it does show up for us. Lenny, you are saying the average summer temperature in Phoenix is 105 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 40 degrees Celsius. Whew. Yes, I've heard rumors that Arizona is very, very, very hot. But Lenny, I used to work in Florida, and I have to tell you, I nearly died there as well. I thought it's hot in the greater Kruger, but Florida, of course, experiences, I think 10 months out of 12, they experience just heat and humidity all around. I remember you would take a cold shower, you get out, and then you are sweating profusely all over again. That was really, really very hot. And we drank so much water. But it's, well, I always joke about this, but we'll probably never be satisfied with anything when it comes to weather. We complain when it's hot, we complain when it's cold. However, that being said, I am more a hot person. I would rather die of heat than be cold. Once I'm cold, then it's over. Then I'm useless. I don't really belong doing anything. I'm not very productive when I'm cold. But let me know which season you prefer. Is it hot where you find yourself at? Perhaps you experience some snow where you live, or sunshine all around. I have to say, in South Africa, we are very, very fortunate. We really have, depending on in which province you also live, but we really have so many seasons and temperatures and really just everything. I think it really is the ideal place to live, for me at least. Jacinta, good morning. So good to hear from you. You are saying you've got some leopard hopes for us. That will be lovely, Jacinta. I am very, very focused on the Djuma Dam Cam as well, of course, keeping an eye just to make sure that we are not missing out on anything. But that would be incredible. As always, we are not demanding. We don't have any list of what we want to see for Mother Nature. Of course, I would love to hear from you what you are hoping for. But in terms of asking Mother Nature, listen, we want to see buffalo and rhino and leopard and a hyena chewing an impala leg and an elephant having a conversation with a lion, all of that. We are just grateful for absolutely everything we see. And I know I say this so often, but that really has become the rule of thumb for myself, and something to live by when I go on safari and when I actually take people out on safari. But even here, and especially here at the waterholes, we just have to embrace absolutely everything that we get to see. And there really are pros and cons to to what we do at the water holes. Yes, we cannot, track the animals and go look for them and listen out for alarm calls. To an extent, yes, sometimes we can, specifically at Djuma. But we can just be patient and wait for the animals to come to us. We are very, very lucky indeed. Rushan, good morning. You would like to know which predators visit this waterhole. Well, Rushan, from what I've seen personally and from what Alex has seen, we do get jackals and lions here. But we are yet to see a leopard, so hopefully Jacinta's positive vibes go out to Ukokoyo today. But also, there are cheetahs in this park. And the bat-eared fox, which is something, believe it or not, I've never seen in the wild. I have seen them, funny enough, the very first time in the United States. But that was in a rehabilitation center. But yes, there are many. There are so many that can visit us here, Rushan. But from what we've seen, predominantly if you're talking about the big predators, we have seen lions here. We've seen a pride, which is known as the Umbika pride. And Alex has also been fortunate to see a male lion here. I'm yet to see a male lion, so perhaps that would also be nice. We can silently hope and pray for that as well. But the opportunities are endless. I'm very excited. You never know what to expect. That really is the beauty about any safari that you go on, to expect the unexpected, be grateful for absolutely anything and everything, from the rocks to the flowers to the birds to the zebras. And then maybe, just maybe, Mother Nature will be like, all right, you're so well behaved, here's an extra surprise for you. I have to be honest with you, that doesn't always work as well. I remember I had a very, very awesome guest. Shame her name was Kayla. She was from Canada. And she was at our lodge, I think for, if I'm not mistaken, it was 6 or 7 nights. So that amounts to at least 12 safaris if you go on every single safari. And we did not see one single leopard. We either missed it every time we responded, or we were fresh on the tracks and just didn't see the stupid cat. And I took Kayla on the day of departure, I took Kayla to the airport and picked up my next guests. And literally, people, as we drove into the reserve, we saw 2 leopards drinking water at the waterhole close to the gate. And I was just like, man, Mother Nature, she wasn't even misbehaving. She was so grateful for absolutely everything I showed her. From impalas, whether we saw 10 or 1,000 impalas, she was just absolutely enjoying everything. And sadly, I had to message her because she was like, if you do find a leopard, please do let me know. And yes, I got in touch with her and I was like, Kayla, I'm very sorry. We did see a leopard, and the guests that actually saw those leopards, during their stay, we had 5 different leopard sightings in 3 evenings. So yes, we can only be grateful and only hope that we get to see some amazing interactions. But even when we don't, just seeing these zebras come down for water, the wildebeests, the giraffes, rhinos, the bigger animals, everything is just absolutely amazing out here. Nature is all around us. We just have to be open to it. Monique, you are saying winter every day, please. I live in a hot, humid climate. Of course, Monique, you are from Australia. So I, I can definitely believe you. Monique, I agree with you, but I mean, having worked in Greater Kruger and summer in South Africa isn't even that severe. But for me, the thing is just you. The argument I used to always have with my colleagues, right? So they always used to tell me, Lisa, when it's hot, at least you can sit in the aircon, or at least you can. That's what I said, you know, when it's hot, you can at least have aircon or jump in a swimming pool, have a cold shower. The thing I feel when it's cold, once you are cold, it's sort of like in your spine and it just goes throughout your body and it's horrible. I don't like that. And I mean, when you are cold, you can only put on so many layers until you can't move anymore. Specifically when you're on safari. I mean, I used to look like a little Teletubby because I had so many layers. I refused to be cold. And I'm quite anxious now because even here in Johannesburg in South Africa, we can feel at night that the temperatures are already dropping slightly, and I'm just super anxious for that. But I get that, Monique, you know, you are experiencing heat and humidity every day, so a change would be good. But that's what I say, you know, we're probably never, we are human after all, and we're never happy when it's hot, when it's cold, when it's windy, when it's raining. But I can understand that, Monique. I get where you're coming from. Laura Cam, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You also don't function when you're cold. You see, that's the thing for me. I am probably the most unproductive human being on earth when it's cold. I don't want to do anything. Again, I would rather sweat. And, you know, even when I'm working, especially when it was in Greater Kruger, when you had a flat tire and you had to get out in that heat and humidity, for me, once I'm cold, it's over. Like, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to hibernate. But yes, I'm glad someone is with me on that one. But again, we're all human. We all have our preferences. Just look at all of these zebras. I always get so excited. I know we see them every day, especially the past few weeks. This has been a daily sighting. But just look at this. And they have no idea that we are spending some time with them, observing them, embracing them. They are just living their best life, doing what they are supposed to be doing.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Isn't it incredible to know that these animals know there's water here? I mean, we tend to always, just refer to the intelligence of elephants and they are this amazing and everything. But I mean, all of these animals, whether it's by smelling or following a game path, because for the most part, a game path is generally always going to lead to water. And of course, a game path is that path that literally gets formed by animals. They all sort of follow that same path. And for the most part, it will always lead to water. But isn't it just incredible to, whether we are seeing wildebeest come to the waterhole or impalas or zebras, just to know that these animals know, okay, well, there's still water there, or there's no water really left in the area. Oh, just look at the baby zebra. Sorry, I didn't even see it. It's so tiny. Oh, that is precious. I think the zebra on our... Ooh, there's two of them. I think the zebra on our far left, that's in the water, I think that's a pregnant mare. She seems rather big. Oh, machtig. Please walk carefully. We don't want anything happening to you or the baby. Oh, just look at that tiny one. And also, if you think about how quickly these animals adapt, imagine being a baby impala. You have no idea what's happening in the world. You have no idea the actual dangers that could be out here. And yet they know, okay, well, my mom's busy freaking out, so I should probably pay attention and also run now, or whatever the case is. They all just know, okay, well, family outing to the waterhole, or we are going to be resting here for the day. And again, I know I always reference elephants as being so amazing and wonderful. But all of these animals really, they are just breathtaking and incredible and intelligent. I think that one zebra has got a broken tail. Michelle, good morning. So good to hear from you too. You are saying, is there an animal that I haven't seen yet? Ooh, that's a tricky one. There are many. When we are just referring to Africa, as I said, I've never seen bat-eared foxes for myself. Even oryx and springbok, I have seen them on farms, but I've never actually seen them in a park or reserve out in the wild. A zorilla. There really are. There's quite a few actually, Michelle. But the list goes on and on. I mean, that's just pertaining to Africa. In terms of other animals, I still want to see so badly a kangaroo and a koala bear and, some of the wonderful creepy crawlies and snakes that you'll find on other continents. Oof, Michelle, that's a difficult question. However, I do want to point out it is not 100% confirmed yet, but I actually might be going on safari. I mean, like on vacation safari. I think in 2 weeks, tomorrow in 2 weeks. But again, it's not confirmed or anything. So I'm very, very excited to actually be out in the bush again and take some photos and spend some actual time with all of these animals, because for myself it has been it's almost been 2 or 3 years since I actually was on safari out in the bush. So hopefully, Michelle, I can tick off some more animals and some lifers in terms of birding, but I will definitely keep all of you posted. Hopefully that happens. As I say, there's just 1 or 2 things that still need to be confirmed. But I am very, very, very excited. And of course, if it happens, I will tell you all about it when I return. I'll probably talk your ears off, but I'm very excited for that. If it happens, again, I don't want to get my hopes up, but hopefully it happens. But let me know what you are looking forward to today. It's still fairly quiet now, for now, in Djuma. But as I said, I'll try to do some birding today as well. It's always wonderful to get to know the birds as well. No. No violence will be tolerated today. Take that elsewhere. Or keep it for after Escape to Nature so we don't witness it. I just wish I could sometimes put a GoPro on some of these animals and just see what they get up to, once they go into the tree line. Do they fight some more, like that injured zebra we had a couple of weeks ago? Is he alright? Did he recover well? Did he catch up with his bachelor herd? Did he join another harem? The possibilities are definitely endless. That's why when we do in fact get to spend some time with the animals, it's always just so crucial just to embrace all of them. Oh, hello, little one. Can you believe how big these springboks are getting? I mean, they are only now, I think, a month or two old. Yeah, I think it's 2.5 months old, if I'm not mistaken. And they are already blending in with the adults. Woo! No, get out, little one. This way, this way. Go, baby, go. Do the doggy paddle. Patoink, patoink. Come on, you're almost there. Swim, little one. Here we are. Almost there. Yay! Woo. Whew, that was exhilarating. Goodness. That poor springbok had no idea where to go, but luckily got reunited with the group. And again, adapting in the moment. That baby soon saw that, oh goodness, there goes my family. I am in the middle of the water. How do I get out of here and get reunited with them? There's no script. It's just all in the moment. They have to adapt at that exact time. And that really goes to show, animals, all animals don't love swimming, but I firmly believe that if they need to, they will go through water, whether it's by doggy paddling or trying to jump out. Ezra, you would like to know if springbok jump the highest of all antelope? No, they do have an impressive jump, if you want to call it that. But no, kudus are very impressive. A kudu can, from a stationary point, so standing still, let's say it has to cross a fence or, get to another place, they can literally, they don't even need to run it first and then sort of make the leap. They can just stand still, and kudus can jump 3 meters high, which is really, that is super impressive. But springboks are impressive as well, as are all of the animals. I firmly believe that all of these animals will, again, do what they need to get out of a situation. Whether it's evading a predator, trying to get out of a water hole. For those of you that did see that springbok lamb in the water hole now, the rest of the group got a massive fright. And the baby was stranded in the water, but soon enough made it out, reunited with all of them. Which is quite horrible if you think about it. Because yes, they do protect one another. But a lot of these animals, as soon as something, as soon as something happens, they're all just like, all right, see ya. Hopefully you come out on the other end. Y'all are being very dramatic right now. Oh, calm down. No need to be that frantic, Lapwing. I do enjoy them though. I always wonder, if I were an animal, would I prefer an open space like this, or like Kariga for instance, or would I rather be in Djuma where there's a lot of bushes and trees and brushes that you can actually hide yourself? But when you think about that, the predator's thinking the same thing. If I lie under this bush, I can pounce from this angle. Whereas in an area like this, you are very vulnerable because it's open, so a predator can spot you from afar. But again, it goes both ways. You can also hopefully spot a predator coming away from far. However, the last time I did have a lion sighting here was the Mbika Pride, and it was early the morning. And I remember they were coming from the game path on the other side of the waterhole. And I literally said, "What is that? That is a very strange looking impala or springbok." And it was the lions, but again, they were so open and visible to the animals that the animals quickly saw them. So I think it really does go both ways. You guys are getting a lot of swimming lessons today. Alrighty, well, from our waterhole to another, I'm going to send you over to Cedric and Igor, who's in Madikwe.
Thanks, Lisa. Yes, we are at Clo Dam in Madikwe. As you can see, we've got a flamingo that's standing on one leg and got its head tucked into its feathers and keeping nice and cool. I mean, not cool, but warm, because it's quite cool. And it is quite a art what it's doing at the moment, because it's quite windy here as well. So you can imagine with that little thin leg, and it's actually just really kind of balancing perfectly. So of course, just resting the other leg, 10 to 1, it will swap legs very soon again, and it'll try the other leg. But for now, it is just doing a typical balancing act in front of us. Well done. This is a beautiful greater flamingo. So it's so nice to have this greater flamingo. I haven't seen one before, so it's nice to see this bird here at Clo Dam, of course, and Madikwe. And it's hoping it's going to, a few elephants will come down this afternoon or this morning and that, because so far it is quite cool. So it doesn't seem like it's too busy at this point in time, but I think slowly but surely it's going to get busy. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera with me is Igor. So yes, we are definitely amped for this morning's Escape to Nature. Thanks for joining us on the Escape to Nature. And there it is. Well, we do have our first elephants that have decided to come down to the dam. Of course, coming down first things first, straight towards the water, the clean water. So there's that pipe that comes out there. So they love that clean water. And it's not a big family. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six of them. Only 6 in this little family. And of course controlled by a matriarch. Hello. But it's amazing. It's amazing how quickly things can change up if it's a cool day. It just shows you, if it's a cool day, elephants, they still rely on water for sure for drinking, but they're not really going and splashing themselves full of mud and that to protect their skin and to keep cool and that on a day like this, because, as I say, I've got my fleece on, and my fleece is zipped up right up to my neck, because I feel like that flamingo that was tucked away. But yes, it is quite windy and quite brisky this morning around here at Madikwe. I think the main thing that the elephants will come down here for is just the drink. Of course, just for that clean water. Calvin, good morning. Thanks for joining us on our Escape to Nature. Well, Calvin, I'm sure more will come. It's just started, and it happens like last time as well. You know, we didn't see anything as we got to the dam. We didn't see any elephants, and then all of a sudden the first herd came. As soon as that first herd came, it was almost like a conveyor belt of elephants coming in, and I think they get to that point of the day, like in the morning, where they need to have a drink. But I don't think it's going to be that hectic this morning, because, as I say, I think that the weather is nice for them just to stay out in the bush and eat as much as possible, and maybe just quickly come for a drink and then move on again. Big elephants, big males can at least drink about 70 liters per sitting or per time that they come down to a waterhole. So these females will drink at least about maybe 50 liters, 40 to 50 liters of water. A lot. And if you actually see in the elephant dung, I know that Tess picked up some elephant poo yesterday, and I think she squeezed the poo and a lot of water came out there. So it just shows you how much water gets passed through with that dung itself. So they do lose a lot of fluid. Let's see, there's tucking into that little pipe. Very fussy drinkers, elephants. They will not try and go for anything really that's dirty. Look, if there's no other option, then yes. But then they'll just like skim from the top of the water just to get as much clean water as possible, not go down into where the sediment is and stir it up too much. You can see very muddy where they are now. It's very muddy. It's an ideal place for them to have a mud bath. You can see that's a very sloshy mud that's around their feet. But yep, without their trunk they won't be able to drink. So that'll be a big problem. Jay-Z, if animals are feeding on their own dung, there's certain animals that do that. Coprophagia is a thing that certain animals will do. They will actually, I even seen ostriches do it. Ostriches and scrub hares are called coprophagia. So if they lose a lot of minerals and that through their dung, they will kind of re-chew it again and see if they can utilize as much as possible that's still inside of their dung. I've seen hyenas as well. I've seen hyenas actually feeding on the scat. Yes, hyenas. So of course a lot of calcium inside there. So if they're feeding it on that scat again, try and put again some calcium back into their body. It's not the nicest and prettiest thing and most can I say visual thing, but unfortunately some animals just do that and making sure that they're utilizing everything. Well, I was talking about the trunk now, and of course without the trunk they cannot drink. So there was a big male elephant many years ago there on the Kruger Park side. It was in the Sabi Sands, but just inside the Sabi Sands, and this big male came around, but an oldish male, and eventually you could see that he was struggling to use his trunk to do anything. It was almost like it was just flopped over from his, from his lip coming down, and he just did not do anything with that trunk. He could not pick it up, he could not move it, and eventually he was hanging at the water, and he put the trunk in the water, like kind of flopped the trunk into the water, but he could not suck any water up from that trunk, so it looked like the trunk was completely dead. So of course we got the veterinaries out in that area just to kind of double check on what's happening there, because it seemed like it was a situation where we had to find out what was wrong with him there. And eventually they darted him and they checked him up and all that, and they realized that he had one of those, a disease called the lazy trunk disease. So of course what happens is a lot of the nerves in the trunk actually dies. So it dies off, and then it does not have any more mobility. It cannot suck the water up anymore, and it'll end up as a lazy trunk. And of course then that elephant will die of dehydration because he won't be able to suck up any water. And well, feeding won't be a problem. Feeding will be fine. Feeding will still go around to like a bush or a tree, and that they can still kind of chew on that. That's not a problem. I'm sure they can still get enough out of that. But when it comes to water, I think water is going to be the problem.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get wild.
You can even see this young male. And he's just kind of flopping his trunk over his tusk, kind of resting his trunk a little bit. But he's got nice tusks on him. And he's still a young boy. Very nice tusks on him. Of course, those tusks are just going to get much thicker, maybe longer. And he's going to be a very pretty boy. And that's what the difference between males and females. If you're looking at the tusks, you'll find the female's tusks they can be long, just as long as the males, but also they're very thin. Where a male's tusks are much thicker, much broader. Even the little one's got his face wet. There you go. He made it up onto the bank there. Well done, little one. He's had his fair share. Lily leopard, yes. There's a very interesting update on Lily, on that leopard this morning. Thanks to Michelle Stem. She once again got some amazing shots of screenshots, of course, of a second leopard that was there. We thought there was two, so there was two. So just by the screenshots, very difficult to see, very difficult. This is just more speculation, but there were two leopards. The one, of course, was the one that we saw clearly was a female, and looked like the other one that was more tucked away, looks like a little bit larger, might have been a male. So that is also a very huge possibility. Michelle also says she might think there might be a third one there, but it was very difficult to say, but definitely two. So yeah, thanks to Michelle Stem for once again picking up on those screenshots. So yes, but we are going to head back that side on our way back to camp, just to have a little bit of a squizzles there, just to see if maybe they still might be somewhere in that vicinity, but it is so thick. I mean, the sickle bush there, yeah, it's like a wall. It's a wall. There's no ways, you can go in maybe like 5 meters, and then that's about that. But yes, that was nice to see. I was very happy to see those leopards. Trust me, that was just a surprise to us as well. See, they're all trying to get their fair share of water in. Dre, yes, I have. I've seen the elephants mating. I think maybe 2 or 3 times. I mean, this is, I want to say exactly when. Nothing recently. Actually, we actually saw it, the other day, Igor, behind the vehicle, remember? Well, we couldn't see it was behind the bush. Things were happening behind the bush, so it was a little bit difficult to see exactly what was happening. But definitely the male did mount the female. Yeah, I remember behind here, yeah, and then that's a Kolobeng Dam, yeah, and Kolobeng Dam as well, so that's right, so actually almost twice. So, but we don't know if there was like penetration, if it was like the real deal, or it was just kind of, flirtation happening around there. But let's go take a look at all flamings. Still enjoying. Hello. So of course, finally, it looks like this flamingo has decided to stand on both feet, on both legs. Still tucked away, still feeling the cold like we are. But the sun has started coming out, so this could be a nice telling sign that maybe this dam will start livening up very soon. But look at that pink legs, absolutely stunning. Now with this flamingo, with the greater flamingo, I was actually reading a little bit about it because I've never seen one, I didn't know much about it. I thought they just most feeding on crustaceans and mollusks, but apparently as well, they use what they do. They also wade through the dams and the low water areas, and kind of just disturbing all that sediment at the bottom. And so, of course, when they do that, then they put their beaks in underwater, and they'll run the water through their beak. And then, of course, if anything like a shrimp or even seeds, frogs, mollusks, because any crustacean species, if that runs through their beak, then they will snatch it up. I thought they actually used their beak to kind of, how can I say, disturb the sediment, but it's not. They actually use their feet, and then they run the water. While that sediment is all now churned up, and they'll put their beaks underwater and run the water through. So very interesting. And these birds can get up to 40 years old. So, a proper age for a bird. It's amazing. 40 years old. And definitely they're not, there's no threat to this bird. Like they're not going extinct or they're not threatened. The numbers is still very good, and it's apparently you get them all over the world. So almost looking a lot in India, Sri Lanka, all in the Middle East. So, of course, Cyprus, Israel, Kuwait, in Europe, Greece, Italy, Slovenia. So, there's a lot of places. So, it just shows you the greater flamingo is quite widely distributed in pretty much, I'm going to say, in Africa and Europe and Middle East. So, wow. There you go. He's doing his talent again and standing on that one leg. I don't know why he's not resting the right leg. Oh, Julius. How does a flamingo attract a mate? Well, I know that the male turns into a very light during breeding time. So, of course, when it's courtship and that, he'll go into like a very light pink color, his neck and his head. I think they do a dance. Maybe they dance for the females. Maybe their beautiful coloration must be definitely a attraction to a pair, so to a mate. So yeah, but other than that, I'm not too 100% on the exact kind of courtship that the male does for a female to attract a good old partner. But definitely, I'm sure displaying those wings, I mean that pink and all that, it is quite stunning. Coming to their predators as well, so they don't have many predators, flamingo. They've got, if it is, unless unfortunately ever maybe like an African wildcat or maybe something like a jackals if they can get hold of it. I mean, flamingos have always got the water areas to really kind of stay safe. The eggs more so. I think the eggs apparently that gulls, crows, marabou storks, they will go for the single egg that the flamingo will lay, and where they lay it, they'll lay it on like a muddy spot, so actually like almost a dugout heap of mud, and then they'll lay that single white egg on top of the mud, so it's quite exposed to any predators. Definitely enjoying a good old early morning sleep. Not moving too much. Of course, when it comes to human threats to a flamingo, of course, it could be toxins, pollution in the water. That has been a very big problem for them because, they do use the water areas for nesting and feeding, and especially these little pans and that. And of course, you get a lot. Usually, some of these pans have become victims to like a runoff from manufacturing companies and things like that, which could cause a big problem for the flamingos. Sometimes you'll lose them in the area. And of course, encroachment of human habitat as well. A little red-billed teal that's busy dabbing around there. All right, I'm gonna feel like let's take a look how many bird species. Let's see if we can get 10 bird species here at Clodagh. All right, so let's. If you've got a pen and paper with you, please grab that pen and paper out and let's mark them off. All right, so we're going to start off with the 2 here so far. So we've got the greater flamingo, that is 1. The greater flamingo, the white one. And then of course we've got the little teal that's in the water at the moment, and that is a red-billed teal. Red-billed teal. So that is going to be our second bird around here at Clodagh. And then from there on, we're going to look the blacksmith, the lapwing. See if we are. It's always a blacksmith lapwing. Oh, so we don't even have to show it. We can really mark it down because blacksmith lapwings are practically always at every pan and dam and river system that we have. All right, so there we got a blacksmith, a lapwing, beautiful. As you can see, just sitting and looking around for any little insects that it can snatch up. And usually there's a pair that hangs around together, very close. All right, then there's a little bird where the greater flamingo is, but just on the mud, just directly above the greater flamingo. It's like a little bird. I'm not too sure what it is. We're going to try and take a look there. So we've got 3 so far. Right, there, just above the down, just above the flamingo, right, go right, and there's above it there. All right, so that's a 3-banded plover, as you can see, just above it in the mud there area. That's a 3-banded plover. All right, so we've got the greater flamingo, we've got the red-billed teal, we've got the blacksmith lapwing, we've got the 3-banded plover. So we've got 4 on our list here at this dam. You can see us are busy feeding. And then I've got a very interesting one up that side. On the dead tree, it looks like we might have a lanner falcon. It might be. I'm not too sure. I just have to take a look here. Maybe somebody else can identify this one, but let's just take a look. Yeah, it looks like a lanner falcon to me. Orange legs. I just want to see the head if it's got that cape. Not cape, like a mask. Yeah, that's a lanner falcon. It's got like almost like the black stripe on on the head. Beautiful, beautiful bird of prey that. So the Lanner falcon is one of the fastest birds of prey around here after the peregrine falcon. Of course, swooshing down and sweeping up birds that's busy flying around the area, doves and any kind of bird species that it'll go for. Of course, something smaller than itself, but absolutely beautiful. Lanner falcon. That's now 5. So we got 5 on our list, and this is definitely a special one. And a peregrine falcon reaches up from about 300 to 400 k's an hour. I think the Lanner falcon a little bit slower, maybe between 200 and 300 k's an hour, but that's coming down now, of course, tucking its wings in and almost like a bullet. So very, very fast. Alright, so we got 5 on our bird list now. 5 this side. Let's see. Maybe, I think Eagle sees something. Oh, we got another guinea fowl. Hey! So we got a helmeted guinea fowl running in the back end there. So there's a little helmeted guinea fowl running on the ground. And more to the right, that's going to be coming out. Oh, and there's a lot of little albichai. Okay, well that's little brown ones. Not too, maybe aquilias. It could be red-billed aquilias. But we've got, of course, helmeted guinea fowl at 6, and then those little birds that's in the bush that's right in front might be red-billed aquilias. It looks like it. There's thousands of them there. Are we going to mark that? Are we going to mark that one down? I don't think so. Can we? Yes, it's difficult. I don't think it's a positive idea. I'm not. Yeah, just because of the numbers. That's the only thing I'm saying why it's a red-billed aquila, because of the numbers. But yeah, I'm not going to go and jump to any names there. All right, so we got 6. All right, so we are missing 4. But we'll have to find the Egyptian geese. I mean, the Egyptian geese is definite. Oh, wait, we got 2 grey herons. Sorry, there's Eagle. We've got 2 grey herons that side. That is wonderful. So I'm hoping everybody's busy marking them down. As I say, we've got 6 so far. Okay, so we've got the 6 we've got so far is the greater flamingo, the red-billed teal, the blacksmith lapwing, the 3-banded plover, the Lanner falcon, and the helmeted guinea fowl. All right, and now we've got 2 grey herons. So these are grey heron. So number 7. Number 7 for a grey heron. I want to say heaven. Number 7 for a grey heron. That is fantastic. Now, of course, those grey herons will also feed on fish, tadpoles, frogs, anything that's around there close to the water surface. They will wait there very patiently to go and see if they can snatch up something. They're not like waders. So waders are your storks, your flamingos, your spoonbills. They wade through the water. But your herons are more kind of patient hunters. They will sit and wait patiently for something to come swimming past. Alright, so that is 7. Ella, 7 years old. Yes, there's 2 kind of birds that can't fly around here in South Africa. That is, of course, the largest of all birds is the ostrich. That one cannot fly. And then, of course, the one that Igor knows very, very well, and that is the penguin, African penguin, down in the Western Cape. Those are the 2 birds that cannot fly. The rest of the birds, they all can fly. So did you see something there? What is something? Oh, there's, I know. Alright, so we've got to say a wood sandpiper. Well done. You can see a little bobbing of the little back end there. And long thin beak if it turns around. A little wood sandpiper. So we've got 8. Wow. Alright, so wood sandpiper. Well, this one, maybe we should have put the count a little bit higher than 10, eh? Alright. Oh well, 8 is good. We'll definitely get the Egyptian geese. I know they are here somewhere. I think I saw them behind this area. They were busy on a family holiday here somewhere. Oh, sorry, the wind is a little bit harsh. There's Egyptian geese on the dam wall. It looks like it's just lying down there. So yeah. Alright, let's take a look at that side. Alright, there it is. Boom! 9 birds on the list. Egyptian geese. And a very, very close relative to the shelducks. And we usually got the Southern African shelduck that hangs around this dam as well. But I don't see them today. But yeah, nice to see the Egyptian geese. Good morning. Yes, we're looking at you. And they've got 3 little chicks around here. So maybe those 3 chicks might be just behind them. I see something moving behind them. Some speckers. Yes, maybe I'm sure. Maybe there's a lot of wildebeest here and zebras. We'll get that 10th one. I don't want to go and break the last one so quickly. I think let's enjoy this elephant that's just come running down to the waterhole by itself. Looks like a young male, very excited. Look at it. He's like, yes, I'm all by myself. He doesn't have to compete with any other elephants here for the morning. Well done. Good timing. Oh, okay. I don't know how you're going to get down there. Interesting position. Very interesting. Yep. He's even disagreeing with himself. He's like, what did I just try and do there? Maybe try a different angle. That looks a little bit easier. He's already been sliding down. His bum is already full of sand, so he's been sliding down some embankment. Straight for nice clean water. Nom 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 nom. Perfect. Of course, any animal can be blind and still kind of not tap, but just use their other senses. So yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just adaptation. It's not adaptation, but it's just adapt to their problems. If they don't adapt to their problems, they're going to die. So it's survival of the fittest. If you don't know how to deal with issues and with a disability, well then I don't think that animal's going to do too well. I can't think of any. I'm sure, like I've seen a lot of buffaloes, lots of buffaloes with cataracts. So you can just see the cataracts in the eyes, that white. So I've seen a lot of buffaloes like that, both eyes. So you can imagine not even a good vision, just kind of more of a blur to them. But luckily they've got the rest of the herd just to follow. They can still see, but it's still not the greatest. But I think if it's like a predator, there might be a bit of a problem. Well, I knew a female leopard or safari, that's Karula's mom. And Safari had one blind eye, and My word, was she a formidable hunter. She was successful, very successful with her hunts with one eye. So it just showed she adapted by using other senses and of course using different means of hunting and strategies, but she was very successful by doing that. But she wasn't completely blind in both eyes, just the one eye. But I think if it's a leopard's blind in both eyes, I said, well, that'll be a problem. Then it's completely a sense of a leopard that's been taken away completely. I mean, that's a sense that they use so widely, and if they don't have that sight, I don't think it's going to be too successful then. It's like Eagle and my senses are very, very, very acute at the moment for breakfast. And flies. Alright, well, we're going to try and search for that 10th feathered friend of ours. Let's head over to Lisa to see how her birding is going to go.
Thank you, Cedric. I'm glad yourself and Igor are having fun as always. Producing the giggles. I'm very jealous of your elephants, of course, but as you can see, we've got some beautiful springbok and zebras and impalas, and way in the background there's also an oryx contemplating, should I wait for my friends, should I go by myself, what to do. The possibilities are endless. But just to keep you posted on Djuma, it is still fairly peaceful there this morning. I'm hoping that it's the quiet before the storm, even if it's a brief storm. And of course, when I say storm, I mean like a quick sighting of a leopard or an elephant drinking water. No, you see? Now I'm becoming greedy again. I should just relax and not even think about Djuma, and then when I glance over, bam, 2 leopards mating, elephants swimming, buffalo giving birth, birds building a nest, all sorts of things. You never know. This is possible. The other day Tadiwa manifested a unicorn for us, so anything's possible. Come on down, Oryx. You are fine. It is safe. No crocodiles around. That would be quite something. I always enjoyed the crocodile in Mshatu. Very interesting creature. And even when we were lucky enough now for a couple of days in Djuma when we had the crocodile in the waterhole, that too was very exhilarating. I wonder if we should start naming these animals. I know we've got Patrick the policeman, who's one of the oryxes. But if we were to give all of these animals names, I think we would be busy for quite some time. I always find it so interesting, when it comes to rhinos and lions and leopards. For the most part, you can sort of ID these animals, whether it be by, for me personally, on the previous game reserve that I worked, it was with the lions, it was actually, of course, their social structures that sort of gave it away. You would know which pride is which. But then you also actually start looking at the faces and the bone, or the cheekbone structure, which sounds very silly, but I mean, if you really start paying attention to those things, you'll see that some have chubbier faces, others have very slender faces. Some lions are very muscular, others are a little bit more slender. But with the springbok and the impalas and some of the general game, it becomes a little bit trickier. So I don't think it's the best idea to try and give them names. At least not today. Not today, we are not there yet. But I think if you really paid attention and glued yourself to a screen for at least 24 hours straight, then you probably would get an idea of that is Bob, that is Billy, that is Frikkie, that is Sarah, that is Janine. But for the most part, they pretty much look the same due to their markings. It's not like lions or leopards that have different spot patterns, or even the zebras that have different stripe patterns. For the most part, it's pretty much the same. However, they are all unique. We will say that. There is an abundance of them, specifically here in Okokoyo. But all of them are unique and have a crucial role out here. What could you possibly be feeding on, Springbok? You can see they are really taking advantage of absolutely everything. The little bit of grass that is left. They will of course feed on soil as well. You'll actually see them, I think we'll start seeing it specifically later this year. Literally licking some of the rocks as well, which is known as geophagia. Earlier on, Cedric spoke about coprophagia, which is of course the ingestion of dung. But geophagia is when animals feed on rocks or soil for extra minerals or to help with digestion. It can be for that as well. But you can see these springbok are really just trying to get as much nutrients as possible from the little bit of grass that's actually left. Selena, good morning. You would like to know if I think if they ever swallow rocks by mistake. I've often wondered about this. If an elephant is drinking water or mud bathing, is there not like a clump, I think, is what you call it, of like clay or mud that gets stuck in the trunk? But I think surely it must happen. I think it probably most definitely does happen from time to time. The other day someone asked if they, for instance, when elephants are drinking water, do I think they ever accidentally slurp up a tadpole? which is horrible, but it's quite funny if you picture that right now. I think it's definitely possible, yes. But again, everything in nature, sort of just, it's incredible how it just works out. Mother Nature is like, don't worry, dear. I shall use that soil or that rock in your stomach for helping you with digestion or whatever the case is. Whereas when you think about humans, we are so sensitive. And I say this with the utmost respect. But I mean, if we just eat something wrong, I'm going to take my mom, for instance. She's got a very sensitive stomach. So if she eats spicy food or rich food or something, she instantly does not feel well. And I think humans in general, we are so, if you swallow the wrong thing or you eat the wrong thing, we are definitely affected by it almost immediately. Where animals, they just sort of adjust. And I can't speak from personal experience from seeing animals swallow rocks accidentally or eating the wrong thing accidentally. But again, they adapt, they adjust, they acclimate. If you think about springbok 100 years ago, I wonder if they did the exact same thing as these springbok do today, or if they also just adapted to what they were used to back then. But you can see it's fairly windy when we look at our leadwood tree, which is very interesting. Generally here in Okokoyo it's just hot and humid. So it'll be interesting to see later today if there's going to be some clouds that pull in or what is going to happen. And I wonder if the animals are feeling the breeze, if it's helping them at all, or if it's sort of just a hot breeze, really just circulating the heat and humidity.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
Yeah, we're back at, of course, Madikwe, and this little one is just trying to figure out, well, how did it get itself in this position now, with all these big bodies around me. I was like, he wants to try and maneuver his way out of this situation. Of course, all the bigger ones are busy enjoying that water there. And you can see a little one just kind of inside there. But then we've got interesting little situation here on the right as well. So we've got a little one here with most probably the brother, like, you know, well, not the direct brother, like half brother, but he's looking for his mom, and I think his mom is down there at the marsh pit. Oh, there he goes. He's running. He's gonna run. He's gonna come. Oh, they're gonna come. They're right. I think they're right behind the vehicle now. Sorry about that. It looks like I thought they were gonna come out there, but maybe we'll get to. There we go. Come on. Now it's not his mom because that's a male. It's a young male. So of course he's just kind of babysitting that little one for now. Well, I'm sure mom is busy having a drink at that water hole. So now this little one, you can see he's not leaving the side of this young male. Where are you going? You're going in the wrong direction. Where are you two going? Don't steal the little baby. Bring him back to the family now. So we can see it's like, so the little one is so, I'm gonna say, anxious to find Mom. What? Where's Mom? Take me to Mom now. No, wrong way again. You're going the wrong way. There's no one in that side. There's nobody there. He's just like that. Oh, that is hilarious. I love these youngsters. They are absolutely adorable. You can see now this one chasing something away there. I don't know what. I must try.
Sorry about that. We'll get Cedric and his heffalumps back as soon as we can. But how precious are they? I am officially jealous. I was jealous before, but now it's even more. Hopefully we'll also get to see some heffalumpies today. But as you can see, we've still got our springbok prancing around. Our oryx enjoying the water, cooling off. And then the zebras, as always. But if you've just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you for spending some time with us, where we literally just immerse ourselves a little bit deeper into nature, watch all of the animals, and it's been a brilliant morning so far. We have had oryx, impala, springbok, zebra, wildebeest, all of the animals coming down for a bit of a cool off this morning in Okukoyo, and then Cedric and Igor have done some birding. They've even seen a flamingo in Madikwe, as well as some elephants, which hopefully we'll get to see some more of if they do stick around for us. But as I said, has been lovely. My name is Lisa. I am the waterhole naturalist. And yes, I look forward to your questions and your comments. Remember, we are live as we are watching all of these magnificent creatures all over. And if you have any questions or comments about them, you are welcome to send that through to us. Remember, if you are watching on the app or the website, you can just register. And if you do follow us on YouTube, you can always just subscribe and stay updated with everything that's happening. But I look forward to all of your questions and your comments, even suggestions. We definitely want to hear all about it. But also, just to keep everyone in the loop, Wild Earth is not yet profitable. So we rely on our subscribers, the donations, to keep connecting both the young and the old with nature through live safaris. And remember, your donations are helping us to continue to go live. For those that can't actually afford it, to bring back some great projects like the Wild Earth Kids. So when you donate, you are definitely making a difference. You're definitely helping us out. And yes, that way we can also just continue to connect people and nature. This week our aim is actually to raise $3,000. And to donate, you can either head over to our website at wildearth.tv/donate. And then you just click on the donate button. Otherwise, if you are watching on YouTube, you can just click the super chats, super sticker button. But of course, Escape to Nature is not available on YouTube. So if you do follow our safaris, perhaps, you are more than welcome to do that. RX, you look like you are doing your business right now in the pool. I don't know if that's allowed. You can be very grateful we don't have some of those those chemicals in the pool that actually make the water a different color when you do urinate in it. But you seem very dodgy right now there where you are standing. You pretend like you are not doing anything, but we know what you are doing. Luckily, we don't have to get in this water or drink it. I'm actually scanning all of these springbok now to see if we can see our unicorn, our one-horned springbok. I've not seen it today yet, but you never know. Perhaps it comes to visit us. I really hope we see our Ellie Bull, that one that is always by himself, the older one, not the young cheeky one. Of course, the young cheeky one can come with pleasure if it wants. It's just amazing to see all of these general game just cooling off, drinking water, trying to regulate the body temperature a little bit more. Oh, just look at the baby zebra. Woo! That zebra really, it's almost like a lagoon. You think you know how deep it is until you get in, and then you're like, ooh, that was a little bit unexpected. I wonder if hippos ever go through that. I mean, for me myself, I've been in a lot of water holes, man-made and natural. And when I say in them, I mean either swimming in them or walking in them, looking for dragonflies and all sorts of things. And sometimes you do sort of have sinking sand where you're like, ooh, and you lose your footing a bit. And we'll see that with a lot of these animals because they are not aquatic creatures by nature. But I wonder if that ever happens with hippos, when they do go underwater and they sort of hop around. If they sort of have a misstep and like, ooh, take a bit longer to come back up for air. Hello, Impala. Aren't you looking dashing this morning? But please do send us your questions, your comments. Is there anything you would like to know about these animals, about the waterhole, about this location? Remember, this is the only location that we have currently on Wild Earth that is not in South Africa. Namibia is a different country just north of South Africa. But this is actually a different country, which is incredible if you think about it. Amazing what technology actually allows us to do. Woo. I wonder if we will see our Abdom storks today. Ooh, right on cue. Look at all of them coming in. Finally, I was wondering. Langa Lover, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Oof. You would like to know what would I like to be remembered for or known for? Getting deep. I like it. Langa Lover, oof, that's a very complex question because I mean there can be so many answers to that. But really the most important thing for me is making a difference to animals, you know, and creating awareness for them and just to let our future generations know how important they are, how important it is to take care of the ecosystem and Mother Nature. And people tend to think, okay, well, I don't live in Africa, so rhino poaching is not my problem, or I don't see those animals, I've never seen those animals for myself, so how is it going to affect me? And I've had many an argument with, not just discussions, but actual arguments as well with guests of mine, you know, saying that, well, I don't have grandchildren, so why should I worry about the future generation, or whatever the case is. But for me, Langa Lover, just to sort of leave that legacy of the importance of taking care of all of these animals, taking care of Mother Nature. Again, Mother Nature is not just these wild animals that we see on safari, you know, just the lions, just the springbok, just the oryx. It's everything. You know, the plants growing in your garden, the tiny creepy crawlies that we spray with chemicals because we don't like them and they freak us out. Everything is so, so, so important. So, yes, I hope that answers your question. Hopefully I can do that. I mean, I don't have children, but I've been in the very fortunate position of working with a lot of young children, not just at Disney, but even before starting an actual career, I worked with a lot of children on camps as well, facilitating them and everything. And it really is just, I think as soon as we sort of allow that mindset for younger people to realize from a young age that it really is so important, you know, to take care of everything. For my niece personally, she loves animals. She loves anything that she can find, whether it's a ladybug or if her cat has caught a mouse, she nearly has a breakdown and has to have a funeral for the mouse and everything. But again, if we can instill that for them from a very young age, I think it is definitely so, so, so important. But adults as well, you know, a lot of people are just, it's not that they don't care, it's just that they are uninformed. They don't have the necessary information, which is perfectly fine. But I think it's so crucial for all of us. And again, you don't have to be a qualified game ranger or field guide or naturalist. You don't have to be part of an anti-poaching unit. It's just by starting to spread the word and literally creating awareness amongst people. For me, I've had many guests, you know, that saw rhinos, and when we started delving into that and I started explaining, listen, these are endangered animals, there's not a lot of them left, etc., 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 then people are like, oh wow, we never knew this. And it's not just the endangered animals, it's all of these animals, because essentially if we don't take care of their habitat, they will cease to exist. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, but eventually things are not going to work out too well for all of us, really. And the chains in the ecosystem will start breaking. And as I say, if we can just... being dramatic, are we? If we can just start taking care of that, then I think that will already make such a significant difference. But yes, Langa Lover, that's my answer to your question. What is yours? What would you like to be known or remembered for? Just amazing how they keep coming and they don't stop. More and more and more and more of them. But Langa Lover, since we are talking about, what I would like to be remembered for and known for, as I said, leaving a legacy for the children. But while we are on that topic, we are very excited to announce that Wild Earth Kids will be bringing back our school drives for the first hour of the Sunset Safari every Wednesday. And this will be starting on the 29th of March. If you struggle to remember that date, it's one of my sister's birthdays, so you're welcome. So if you are a teacher, just remember to register yourself and your school for these drives. And you can do so by heading over to our website at wildearth.tv/kids, and you can just fill in the form. But please do know that we have limited spaces available per drive. So please be sure to register in advance, otherwise you will miss out. Tadiwa, is my sister allowed to enter her children from her school since it's her birthday that day? Perhaps I should just drop a hint there. But that is absolutely incredible. I am all for this initiative. I love it. As I say, it's so important for us to communicate to future generations that we should be taking care of all of these animals. And for instance, my niece, she's turning 9 this year. Gosh, time flies. But she's been on many a safari. She's seen the big five, and she sort of, I don't want to say takes it for granted, but she's sort of used to it by now. But again, I don't know if she'll be able to do what we are doing right now in 20 years or so. So it is so important for us just to take care of all of these animals, appreciate them, even if you just spread the word, just by checking out some more social media pages on certain animals, if you have an interest in certain animals. But for me, particularly myself, I know I definitely have to educate myself a little bit more on animals in other parts of the world. I have no idea what other animals are endangered. And it's easy. I mean, with technology, we really have access to everything nowadays. There really is no excuse for us to be uninformed. Sorry, T, I literally just messaged my sister and I was like, go, register! Marissa, you would like to know what are some of the efforts that we can do to actually help out with conservation? There are so many, really so many. But again, as I say, for me, the easiest way was education. And when I say education, again, you don't have to go study to become a field guide or become part of an anti-poaching unit or anything like that. Literally just go look at some pages on social media or go research, some of the endangered animals that are listed on the CITES website. There are so many ways. So first of all, for me, I started by actually learning about endangered animals. But if you have a specific interest, perhaps you really like zebras, perhaps you really like guinea fowls, or whatever the case is, start learning about those animals. Marissa, the one thing that I can tell you is the more you know, the more you want to know. And I've learned that specifically with Mother Nature in general. Behavior of animals, the numbers of the animals, all sorts of things about these wonderful creatures. But definitely go check that out. But I mean, if you are specifically looking at wanting to help out with rhino poaching, there are so many places that you can donate to. There's places that you can even volunteer at. actually dedicate some time in terms of taking care of those animals. Because the sad thing for me, I always, when I look at the world in general, it's so sad when you think about some of these rich people that live in mansions, and that's very nice, I grant that for them and everything, but I just mean in terms of, for instance, celebrities. They have these very expensive cars and live these lavish lives, and again, they've worked for it, etc., etc. And there are some of them that really do also make a difference in terms of contributing to conservation or even just charities to people. But it's so sad to think there's so much money in the world, but we are not doing enough with it to help animals particularly. So definitely, if you can, volunteer your time, even if it's at a local SPCA, just volunteer your time to sort of see what you can do. Because I've always found that very interesting, policemen, I don't know how it is in other parts of the world, but policemen, nurses, teachers, field guys even, are probably some of the jobs in Southern Africa that I've found that, yes, we do get paid, but it's not as much as lawyers and doctors and things like that. And I always wonder, it's interesting. It's a lot of sacrifice that goes into it, specifically with teaching, for instance. My mother and my one sister are teachers, and, I've firsthand seen the sacrifice that they make, the effort that they put in. And it's not a very highly paid job in Southern Africa. But as is the same with all of these organizations, people that take care of baby rhinos that have been victims of poaching, injured animals in general, elephants, all of those places are, for the most part, not profitable. It's a non-profit organization. They are there to help the animals and to take care of the animals. And it's not like the government throws money at these places. Even a place like Etosha National Park, Kruger National Park, yes, there's some influence that comes from the government, but it's not a lot of money that gets pushed into the organization by means of the government. Which is sad if you think about it, because I think specifically in Southern Africa, we tend to say, come to Africa or come to South Africa, we've got these great and wonderful animals and they are glorious, and that is what boosts our tourism. But a lot of the times, it's actually privately funded. If you look at your private game reserves, there's no initiative from government saying, oh yeah, well, here's money for you guys because you take care of rhinos and wild dogs and elephants. It's your monkey, your circus, which is sad. But yes, Marissa, as I say, education is key when it comes to everything. Perhaps, you find yourself in a place where you can go visit animals in a rehabilitation center or a park or something, and there's the possibility for you to actually feed those animals. Just do your information on why are those animals enabled to be fed by humans. And there are places that do it correctly, if I can say it like that. They came from a situation where they had to be hand-reared by people. I know the day before yesterday, Rolf had the 3 amigos and they were on the hunt, and he actually mentioned that if they come too close, I'm going to move away now because they like jumping on vehicles. I myself have had that, where a cheetah actually chewed off the rubber of my, what's the word I'm looking for? My hinge. And again, it wasn't a normal situation, but those cheetahs were reared by people, and then they were rehabilitated and released back into the wild. But just like with anything else in life, there are unfortunately people with bad intentions as well. So there are people that just want to use animals and exploit them and use them for their own financial benefit. So it all starts with education, education, education. And wherever you find yourself in the world, I think it's so crucial. Again, we tend to think of saving the animals. You immediately think of Africa. But it's not the case. There are so many animals worldwide that need help. So I hope that answers your question, Marissa. Sorry, that was a a very, very long answer. I tend to get very, very passionate when we talk about these things, because I've seen the good and the bad side of conservation. And yes, I have unfortunately been in situations, where I thought it's all for the good and the better, and then, you see some things happening that are not supposed to be happening. Just look at all of these stalks. I'm so excited it has not ended yet, because these birds are seasonal migrators. I know you guys know this, but for those of you that don't, they follow the rain, they follow the water, they look for insect outbreaks. And I was beginning to wonder, I wonder if they will still stick around, because it has been very dry. We literally technically only have like a month and a half left for rainfall, statistically speaking, of course. Mother Nature does whatever she wants, and global warming affects everything else as well. So you never know, we might actually still get some rain. But I wonder how long these birds will still stick around for the rain to come.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
But of course, if you have any suggestions as to what we can do for conservation, and again, there's so many things that we can delve into. I promise you, I can keep you busy until 6 o'clock tonight. But for me, as I say, the most important and simple thing is by starting to educate yourself. And you don't have to just educate yourself on the endangered animals. Perhaps you find birds interesting, delve into birds. For me personally, that is how I learn. Learning more about these animals, sort of getting to know them and learn about their behaviors, because that's what I say every single day. Yes, I can tell you absolutely everything I've learned or read in a book and in my study material. We can all use the internet to our advantage. But what we are doing right now is the best education, just watching these animals. So even just watching a few interesting documentaries, seeing the different possibilities that animals do go through out there with regard to their social structure, their breeding behavior, their diets, their habitats, because we tend to, sort of say, okay, well, this is what the books say about leopards. This is when they eat. This is when they hunt. This is what lions do. This is how long they sleep. It's good to have general guidelines, but I think for me personally, every now and again, just watching the different areas. This morning, I don't know who of you were with us on Sunrise Safari. We had a cheetah in Djuma. It was insane. I mean, for me, when it happened, I actually went to go make coffee quickly, and I was like, no, surely I did not hear that correctly. And Ben had a cheetah in Djuma, which is not impossible. Nothing's impossible. Never. Anything is possible when it comes to Mother Nature. Animals will move if they want to move. They will go through areas. Remember, with Djuma, specifically for cheetahs, it will be a little bit difficult, because there are so many lions and leopards and hyenas, so there really is a struggle for competition. But just watching these animals, learning about them, and again, learn about your own animals, learn about your initiatives that you can take in your own country and continent. And perhaps you don't want to do something for animals, that's fine. Just try to perhaps do something for people then. Pay it forward somehow. And I always say, if you have a love and a passion for animals, and not everyone do, and that's perfectly fine. But for me personally, watching these animals and observing them and seeing their tolerance and patience with one another, I can promise you that I learn something every single day, and that I sort of want to be more like these animals, want to be more tolerant and patient, especially in traffic. I do not do well in that situation, but I think there's really so much that we can learn from them. Oh yay, it sounds like Cedric's elephants are returning, so I'm quickly going to send you over to Madikwe.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, I wonder what is your favorite animal? The springbok? Is it the gemsbok? I'm not too sure what your favorite animal is, but thank you, Lisa. Oh, it's an elephant. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Yes, well, definitely, as you can see, we've got a big herd of elephants here with a big boy that's coming in here as well. He's trying to, move out the way, little one. Daddy has spoken. As you can see, this reversing. Nadia reversing. He wants to reverse. Okay, that's interesting. It's an interesting way of moving around in reverse. As you can see, he's definitely throwing his weight around here, pushing everybody out the way. He wants to get to that water. Clearly he wants the fresh water and the clean water for himself. A little bit of spraying now, can you believe it? It is still very cool. I've still got my fleece on, same as Igor. He's got his hoodie on, and this little elephant, I think it might be, I think the pole might be in the way. There's a little elephant that's chasing zebras and everything around it. He's having a lot of fun. As you can see him running into a distance now. But there's all these zebras and that in the foreground, and he's just been back and forth and chasing everything around. And all these zebras and wildebeest were busy sleeping and fast asleep. And that youngster decided to come and upset all of them and change things up. But Lisa, how is your birding going that side, I wonder? Have you got your 10 species around Okukuyu? Because I'm sitting on 9. We did have our 10th one in frame earlier, but unfortunately, for some other reason, we lost our feed. Oh, there it goes. Here it comes. Yes, there. Yes, our 10th one. Dee-dee-dee. A black-headed heron. Can you believe it? There it is, our 10th bird on our list. So we made it to all 10. So you got the grey heron, and then you got the black-headed heron. As you can see, that beautiful black running from his head all the way down his neck, at the back of his neck. Oh, sorry, just a lot of action here. These little ones are all chasing everything around. Oh, those wildebeest wants to come for. Even the wildebeest like, I will come and I will go. Lots of excitement. Of course, and you can look at all these wildebeest. Look at all these little calves coming past now. The wildebeest. Of course, we've got another zebra busy calling as well. It's amazing how it heats up very quickly. Huh? I was thinking now all of a sudden I have to unzip my fleece. But yes, I think Lisa was also talking about conservation. Yeah, definitely. I think conservation is very important. I think is just to kind of keep nature going, keep these animals here, as well as if you enjoy conservation, and you don't have to really go and study anything. Just read up about it, go into nature, go take walks, pick up things. I always believe in touch, smell, feel, and taste. Stuff that you find in nature. It's always interesting doing that, and really kind of learn about all those little interesting aspects about everything around you in nature. Only thing that nature I don't understand sometimes is flies. Flies. Plenty of flies at Madikwe. But luckily these flies are very slow. And we can see all those little calves with the herd. Very much like December babies as well. That's a yellow hornbill there as well. Oh, that's 11. 11 birds on the list so far, and I thought we might have got some oxpeckers around here, but clearly there's not even one oxpecker in sight. Yeah, got the glossy starling there. Got the hornbill, yellow-billed hornbill. So that is 12. So yeah, definitely the birding is amazing. Just sitting at the dams, I always believe, sit at the dams and just enjoy nature and just watch what comes down. And you can see so much happening. Sheldon, yes, there's so much happening. Elephants, wildebeest, zebra. Sorry, there's an elephant that just kind of caught Igor and myself surprised behind us. Yeah, a little sneaky bugger. But yes, there's so much happening. Bird life, animal life. It's fantastic. Fly life. Yes, yeah, gonna enjoy it. Oh, hello, young boy. Where are you off to? You're gonna have a bit of a drink. But it just shows you how quickly, especially on a cooler day, the elephants don't tend to hang around here for too long. They'll come here for a quick little splish splash around here, and then not even a splish splash, just more of a drink, and then they move on again. I mean, while we're sitting here, we had about maybe 3 or 4 different herds coming here. Now, I still want to find out. Lisa, I would like to know, how many birds have you got so far? Did you get any? Have you counted? Have you started counting? Yes or no? I'd like to know. We've got 12 so far. 12. I'm sure we could put more on. Little swallows here, little barn swallows, but to get them is so difficult on the screen. Oh wait, hold on, we've got the Southern African shelduck. So we've got the shelducks. I'm going to try and right on the corner there. Is it? Or is it a piece of...
Oh wait, no.
there. There it is, yeah. A Southern African shelduck. So of course the closest relative to the Egyptian goose. And it is a female. The male does not have that white front. So that is 13. And what's nice about these shelducks, they nest underground. So they use burrows, aardvark burrows, warthog burrows. They use those burrows to go and lay their eggs inside of, and clever idea. I'm sure nice and safe. Well, it depends. If there's snakes, it's a different story. So 13 birds. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. I think we can continue definitely looking for other ones around here, but now it starts becoming tricky, because as soon as you get the normal birds around here and you start getting them on the list, and now you start looking for the ones that dart in and dart out from the dams. But there is a male shelduck somewhere here. We did see him the other day when we were here. We saw the female like this. We first saw the female by herself, and then the male came in and joined her. And then of course the two were just ambling along here around the water areas. Yeah, but coming back to conservation and that, I always say, like, even if I go anywhere, if I go to a place, I always want to make sure that there's a nice little kind of trail that a person can go on. You know, like a nature trail, so you can actually just walk into the mountains or into the forest and just go and enjoy nature, and just be one. And I think it's always one of the nice and most tranquil feelings a person can get. And we've got beautiful areas in South Africa. We've got lovely places. Down Drakensberg was one of my favorite areas to go and hike. I used to go there towards Drakensberg Sun, around that area into those big mountains, and some of those hiking trails were absolutely like almost like rainforests. Really stunning. And still got just two elephants that are remaining this side. Of course, the big boy that's now moving off. And that's just a younger male that's still enjoying that water by itself. No other elephants in the vicinity, except a lot of zebras and wildebeest. All this. And it's amazing how they kind of know each other's horrors and that. As soon as they all kind of amalgamate together and they kind of, meet up and that, and all of a sudden you just see black and white stripes. But when they move away again, they know exactly the harems that they belong into, belong with, and which stallion is the dominant male of that harem. But sometimes the stallions will try and steal a mare. It happens. Sometimes then you get a little bit of a confrontation between two stallions, which can be quite intense. A lot of kicking, biting. You can actually hear it sometimes. Oh, but there is a beautiful one there. You see that dark one to the right? It's a very dark one, almost like even his legs look thicker than everybody else you see as he comes into frame there. That is a beautiful zebra in the center. Look at that. Proud stallion that. Hey? Thick legs, nice and dark. Just the way he's standing. Look how thick his neck is as well. Beautiful boy that. Of course, must be maybe... Oh, there comes another male in view there. I can see that. There is another male to the left, clearly. He's chasing. That's his little elephant. I think he's going to try and chase these zebras as well. Let's see if he's going to throw a little bit of attitude here. He tried to now. Sorry, Tito. You say Gary? Go the question again, sorry. Gary, just like sometimes by size, but also by just, there's usually the stallion, if you look at the males, they don't have that real thick line underneath the tail between the two bum cheeks. And you'll find with the females much thicker, much broader black line. And with the male, not so. But yeah, and also sometimes when they're walking, you actually look at a male, I don't know, it's just sometimes the head and the body just seems a little bit more stauncher compared to females. So of course, being a stallion, of course a little bit of the body that's a little bit larger as well. But it's very difficult, so I think that sometimes you always have to kind of really look carefully. It's just that one stallion that we did show you, it just seemed like he was very dark, beautiful stallion. You can see him still in the ends. Just turned around there and there he goes. You can see his lines, definitely his stripes are much thicker, but yeah. He's just going out there now. He is all moving off. Because I decided to start moving. prime condition, these zebras. Absolutely prime condition. If you look at the zebras, each one's, all their stripes are different, just like a fingerprint, all the unique patterns. Lunga lover. Which animal would I like to see in Madikwe, which I haven't seen so far? I would love to see Lunga, the female leopard. She's in my suitcase. I'll just have to release her here someday. Lunga lover. Which animal would I like to see that I haven't seen so far? Well, I think an aardvark. I think I mentioned earlier. I think an aardvark will be the one that's definitely will be the one that'll make our day. After that, then we don't know, because we've seen most predators. So we've seen a leopard now, we've seen the wild dogs, we've seen the cheetah, we've seen the lions, seen an art wolf, which was crazy, brown hyena, spotted hyena. Yeah, we've seen all that so far. A civet, a genet, African wildcat. Oh my word! Oh, caracal. Caracal. That's it. We actually are. Sorry, a caracal. So, Lunga lover. I think a caracal will be definitely on the list. Very high on the list. Oh yeah, and we saw, yeah, that's right. We saw the polecat as well. So, but that caracal with cubs. Now I'm pushing it. It would be nice. But just sitting at a dam like this still to me is nice. I think it's relaxing. Sun is out now, sun's coming out. I'm sure the elephants are slowly going to be making their way down to the dam sooner or later, more of them, to come and have a drink, maybe a splash. Keep our eyes open for that. And see those beautiful hills. So that's all those mountains and hills that you see always in frame. That is part of Madikwe. And you can imagine what's happening up there. You can imagine the leopards up there. I mean, they would love that kind of areas. That's ideal. Good old place to hide their cubs. A nice area just to be kind of elusive and secretive. Just not be seen.
Thank you, Wildeth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Mataya Safari Lodge at Madikwe in South Africa. I joined the Wildeth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Sebastian, well, main thing for flies, of course, is little maggots. So many times, if you got anything like carcasses and that's lying around, maggots are very important. They are one of the ones that will kind of dispose of any rotting flesh that's in the bush. So I think the only big thing is that might kind of prevent from diseases spreading around if those carcasses are left unattended and left there just rotting and rotting and rotting. Look, flies they've got a very important role to play in that mean. It's the same as any scavenger, even the scavengers as well. So I think the maggots, you'll think that that's disgusting, but it is very important. Plus as well, a lot of birds and a lot of different animals will feed off flies, like chameleons, for instance. They love flies. Certain geckos, certain skinks. So, there's a food source as well. And also in the maggots, I mean, there's loads of birds that'll feed off the maggots. So yeah, it's got a huge role to play in this thing. Everything has a role. And I think that's why sometimes we always think, why is flies around? Why is mosquitoes around? But there is a reason for it. Oh, I don't know about mosquitoes. Mosquitoes is another thing all on its own. Definitely the flies, yeah, they're very small and they very irritating. I think this little one, there we go, this little one most probably is going to chase. Let's see if he's going to do some stalking here. That mom's going to release him. Get them, son, get them. Go chase them. Come on. Oh, what? Oh. All right. That's a poor attempt. Well, there's still one there. There's one in front of them. Let's see. No. Yeah, you're talking about the flamingo. Yeah, the flamingo does look like it's like a statue. You just put it here, put the flamingo down, and we wait for it to. Once it gets a little bit cooler, we'll take the flamingo out and we'll place it in another area. No, I'm just joking. I think this flamingo is just sleeping, having a. Yeah, he's little ornaments.
Like one of those lawn flamingos.
That's lawn ornament flamingo. Yeah, no, definitely like a lawn ornament. Stick it in the ground there. Oh, okay, there's a big herd of elephants coming on the other side. But yeah, this flamingo, we had a director called Mel, and this is a spirit animal, if you think about it. Actually coming to real kind of grips to this whole thing, talking about spirit animals, she is flamingo crazy. Absolutely, she actually even looks like a flamingo. Yeah. So Mel, if you are watching, this is your spirit animal right here. This one, the specific one, because it looks even your profile has got the flamingo on the one leg. Absolutely glorious. And it's amazing how it stands like that, and it's just, that one leg must be so tired. Or is it on the other one now? Did he swap? Yeah, he did. Because now the other one's kind of pushed behind, and of course the neck is all curled up with its head tucked under the wing. Having definitely a proper sleep here. Nothing is bothering it. So carotenoids. Carotenoids is a certain. So what happens actually, how they get the pink color during the breeding season, is they actually go to certain pans to feed on a certain diet, and that certain diet's got carotenoids in it. And carotenoids is actually a substance that'll actually turn their feathers and their breeding plumage to that pink color, which is very fascinating. I just read about that not long ago. Very nice. Alright, now we've sitting in, as I said, the sun is coming out. I'm starting to get hot myself now. Right, yeah, yoga pose, definitely. You know, it's like that one where you like stand on your one leg. I used to stand on my one leg for okay, not hours. I was gonna like over exaggerate here now, but for a long period of time, I could stand on one leg, and you know, we used to do that at in boarding school. And of course, the teachers, when you were naughty, the teacher told us to stand on our one leg and put our finger on our mouth, and we had to do that. And if we had to put both the other leg down on the ground, and then we had to redo it again. So I got pretty good at it. But yep, there's a big male elephant approaching, as you can see in the background. A big bull, definitely very gently making his way towards this water source. I think you'll have to, and the zebras will have to part very quickly. That is he's a big boy. It's actually amazing how many zebra and wildebeest are here today, but there's not so many elephants. It's like they're taking the opportunity. Oh, Flamingo's face is out finally. No, no. He stuck it in again. You can see how many times the zebras come and drink. They're very tentative as well. Sometimes if it's a little bit of a splash, all of them will just get a huge fright. They can understand sometimes. There could be a crocodile or something in the dam, and they don't want to be caught unaware. Just take a look. Oh, each one's got a beautiful pattern. Some interesting markings on their spine area as well. One or two of them. Almost like a squiggle one. The second one from the right. But you can also see how important it is to really fill these pans with water. Because I mean, look, you can see without filling these pans with water, and you'll definitely not get any of this kind of wildlife roaming around. Yeah, they will struggle too much and will become a big problem. So that's why these areas, the same as the Greater Kruger Park, many pans are pumped via borehole water, and just to make sure that there's enough water sources around the area for these animals, and you can see what kind of activity it does bring to these dams. Absolutely incredible. Well, there's a young one somewhere. That's like a very young one. Oh, there it is on top. It's going to go behind there now. A little fall. Got this big boy by himself. There's another herd that approached the dam, but we'll take a look at them very shortly, because they've actually gone all the way around on the northern side of us along the dam wall, and I'm sure they're going to be approaching us very soon. Let's keep my eyes open to the right of us. Yeah, the elephants on that side. But yeah, you can see just grabbing that water. Now I want to find out once again. I have tried to ask our director, but I haven't got an answer yet of Lisa on what's happening. Did she pick up on any bird species around Okokweo? Maybe I might get an answer this time. Alright, well thanks. Alright, so Lisa's bird list. 1,116. Did you actually count that? Abdom storks. 1,116 Abdom storks. I'm sure I saw him. That's a very, very interesting one. That's a very interesting number. 8 Egyptian geese. 23 helmeted guinea fowl. 23. Number two, player 23. 23 helmeted guinea fowl. And 17 blacksmith lapwings. Yeah, well, I understand you've seen so many of those specific species, but yeah, how many species overall? 4. Yeah. I'm sure you got Namakwa doves that side. I'm sure there's red-billed aquilias, Egyptian geese. Oh, yeah, just get that. Sorry, there you got it. I have put that down. Alright, so we got this male here, but we got this the rest of the herd. It's actually coming on the right hand side of us, most probably coming towards us clean water as well. And we'll just take a look. A whole family of elephants. The little one involved there as well. Almost like the youngsters leading the way. Oh, but that's a big female behind there. That's the third one. Beautiful one. And we did see all floppy ears this morning. That is, of course, on the way here to the dam itself. We bumped into a herd not too far from the dam, and we found floppy ears. Is that young calf that's got that floppy ears? There's no cartilage in the ears. So we got to see that little one. I'm hoping that he's going to make his way down to this to the dam, because he is the most cutest elephant ever. Good morning, girl. Yes, I love your little baby. Very cute. Very cute. Oh. Such a big animal. A lot of the looks like this herd definitely came from an area where there was like a lot of grey mud, almost like grey clay. It's almost like that grey clay that you get, and they've definitely had a bath in that in the last day or two. Little one as well coming here. Walking next to Mom, feeling very proud. Fantastic job, Igor, LG7.
Thanks, LG7.
There you go, Igor says thank you, LG7. It's got like half his face was in the water. Absolutely cute with Mom like this. You can just see the size difference. He's like, oh, so adorable. It's like the size of Mom's leg. Quick little steps. For Mom's, one of Mom's step is like about 5 little steps of the little one. Oh, she's big, beautiful. Okay, don't worry. You're so beautiful. Yes. Wow. A beautiful family. There's about 20 in this one. Oh, look at this, adorable. He's got this little fluff all over him. A little bit of a limp. What's wrong? A little bit of a right leg limp there. Oh, how cute. That little black hairs on it. Little fluffy. Oh, maybe a few weeks old, but he's got a little bit like a stiff leg there. His back right leg. See the back right leg? It's just not bending it. You see the knee? Yeah, it's almost like a stiff leg. Is it? Shame. No, but he's managing. I've seen elephants that had a very strange birth defect, where of course both legs or practically came from inside out. It was like weird. It was like coming like when it walked, it looked like it was how can I say, almost like those springs. It was really looked funny, and it survived, and we saw it for many, many years. We saw that elephant. So once again, they just adapt to their disabilities and adapt to, things that's not working too well. That's the way it is. That's nature. It's the same as us. We have to adapt. Yeah, the flies. Sorry. If you hear me spitting and fluttering around, yeah, it's because of flies. Alexis, indeed, it looks like a big circle. Alexis, and they are part of they're not ungulates, they're almost an ungulate. So an ungulate, oh, shame those poor geese. Different geese almost got trampled on there. Alexis, yeah, so they're not ungulates. So ungulates are animals that's walking on their hooves. So something like your zebra, wildebeest, impala, buffalo, giraffe, all those animals that's got hooves. But elephant is a near ungulate. So what happens, I'm saying a near ungulate, so they're almost actually practically walking on their nails, as you see their nails at the bottom. But they've got a lot of cushioning, and it's a round cushion that's situated like a little fatty layer that sits just below where the nails are. And of course that kind of gives them that like kind of a typical round shape. And so when they do walk with that heavy weight, it almost acts like a shock absorber. So yes, coming to the track size, it is round, or the shape, it is round. The front track is more round compared to the back. The back track is more like an oval shape, where the front foot is pretty much more of a roundish shape. So I'm so glad, Lisa. I'm still thinking about Lisa's bird list. There's abdomen storks, 1,116 of them around Okokweyo Pan. That is incredible, absolutely incredible. Amazing, see that sun starts coming out, so these elephants really get a little bit more active, and more kind of, how can I say, excited about the water. I was also reading up, so elephants around this area as well, when they're coming to age, and getting to the age of elephants, you're looking at around about as well, plus minus 60 years old. So, and 60 to about 70 years old, more like it. Vegetation that they feed on here is also quite rough, but it's not as coarse and not as rough as the vegetation that the elephants feed on in the Greater Kruger National Park, because there they go with a lot of branches, a lot of hard branches, a lot of go for the cambium layer, so the foliage is much more coarse and much more tough. Yeah, you feed on a lot of grass, and yes, they've got the sickle bush. There's a couple of lovely acacias here as well, which is not that tough. And so the wear and tear on the elephant's teeth here in Madikwe is not as substantial as the wear and tear on the teeth of those elephants around the Kruger National Park. And it all comes down to the teeth. So as you know, elephants, they will pretty much have 6 sets of molars. And what happens is once that first set of molars have been worn down due to feeding on all this rough stuff, you'll see that the second set of molars will pretty much, almost like a conveyor belt, will start shifting forward. And as soon as that second set of molars comes in play, they'll feed with that, and then once that's worn down, then the third set will come into play until the 6th set is there. And once the 6th set of molars have been worn down and is no more around, you'll find that the elephants tend to then actually die of starvation. So you'll find many times elephants ending up at rivers, drainage lines, rivers, where of course things are much softer. things are much softer, and of course they will not be able to put that amount of vegetation into their system anymore, and then they'll die of starvation. Now, of course, elephants in Kruger National Park, because it's so rough and tough there, you can imagine that wear and tear on all sets of molars, and that's why there's about plus minus about 60 years old. Where these elephants will at least get about maybe 5 to 10 years older than those ones in the Greater Kruger Park. And they say the elephants in Botswana get up to about 70 years old due to, of course, there's a lot of feeding on reeds and grass. The vegetation is way softer. I'll work it out. So I think about every 10 years, or every set of molars will pretty much be around for 10 years before the next set comes through.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
But yeah, we're just going to sit here and enjoy this beautiful moment here with these elephants. That one looks like me when I'm getting up from from bed. LG7. Something about elephants in Madikwe live longer. Yes, they do. It's because of vegetation type. It's not as coarse. Or you're comparing them to Kruger Parkside, if I guess. I'm correct with that. He wants a drink. No! Come on, I want. Complaining. My mom's like, no. Let's move on, let's move on. Finally. Finally get your little drink. Well done. Still a very young one, maybe like a year and a half. Still young. Still relies a lot on mom's milk. But already from about 6 months they start, of course, feeding on smaller things around the areas. But before that it's mainly mom's milk, mother's milk. Sandy, what color is elephant milk? I'm sure it's white. I'm sure. Yeah, it's white. Yeah, that's right. It's white. I've seen it at one of the elephant sanctuaries many years ago, and it is white, just like a cow's milk. Same thing. Yeah. They actually kind of pump milk from the elephants' breasts to feed other elephants. Little orphans. So like a lot of mums that were killed due to poaching and all that kind of stuff, and all these little orphaned elephants went to a little sanctuary, like a little elephant sanctuary, and they had 1 or 2 older females around there that at least could bear the milk for those little orphaned calves. And they're white. I think most animals' milk is white. White, creamish color in that vicinity. This one is having a pool party. This one is just enjoying this little spot. Big time. Big time. Everyone's looking at him and it's like, that's my place. This is my domain. And he's got his friend next to him as well, so absolutely adorable. That's it, enjoy it. The day is starting to warm up. I thought I would have seen more elephants coming down, but nothing. Just there, just as heard. So yeah, Madikwe is an 80,000 hectare reserve, and apparently, look, they've got about 1,600 elephants in Madikwe itself. So it's quite a bit. If you think about 1,600, I think it's a proper amount of elephants. And of course, I mean 80,000 hectares, but a lot of reserves will actually take that carrying capacity on drought times, because I think drought times is when vegetation, waterholes take the most strain. And if you've got too many elephants during the drought, that could cause a big problem. So they have to take that carrying capacity on the years of drought. Well, Greater Kruger Park, I think carrying capacity there is about 12,000 elephants, and I think the Greater Kruger Park now is sitting over about 17,500 to 18,000 elephants. It's not a big train smash. It's not a huge train smash. It's not like the end of the world, but you've got to still keep numbers down, and that's why many a dam has been closed around the Greater Kruger Park, because apparently research says that if there's not as many water holes around that's water that's available for these elephants, you'll find females will not go into heat that easily, and they will struggle, and that will actually bring the population down. And on top of that, as well as we'll make sure that there's not as many males around. So that's the same here with Madikwe. I think they know exactly how many water holes they need to put here. Too many water holes, population will just grow very quickly, because elephants do not have predators. They are not under threat by any of these predators here. So the success rate of a little calf growing to becoming an adult is almost 100%. Not exactly 100%, maybe 98%. Maybe that other 2% could be rolling down a hill or something. Alright, it looks like that one is like, no! Alright, well, we're going to sit here to see what else is going to be coming down here. Let's head over to Okokweyo with Lisa.
Thank you, Cedric. Beautiful sighting you have. I am so jealous. That itty bitty little elephant. My gosh. It's been quite a minute or two since we've seen an actual herd of elephants with babies here in Okokweyo. And when I say that, I mean months. It has been really long for us. But hopefully one of these days they will return to this lovely waterhole. And yes, Cedric, to answer you, I did count all of the birds. 1,116 Abdom storks. And yes, all of those numbers were correct. Some of them have taken off in the meantime, but I was very devoted, very focused while you were playing with your elephants. Now, of course, I'm just talking a lot of nonsense. It's a little bit difficult to do actual birding here in Okokweyo because of, well, really just the habitat, I would say. It's very bare and open, as you can see, and vast. So, hopefully, one of these days we can actually count them from far away as well. But what more do we need right now? Look at all of these birds. Are you not entertained? And these are Abdom storks. They are the smallest of the African storks. Very fascinating birds. This is literally what they do. Just chill out. But hopefully they take off a little bit later. It's always very interesting to see that as the whole flock takes off. But for now, as you can see in terms of mammals, we've got springbok, the smaller antelopes with the white bottoms. Then those bigger antelopes approaching the waterhole now to the right. Those are kudus that seem very hesitant. And then the beautiful antelopes with the long horns, those are the oryxes. They really are the ambassadors over here, not only of this sort of biome, but specifically this country, Namibia. They are the national animals. So a lot of antelope, and then as always we've got our zebras. It really is wonderful just spending some time with these animals. Hopefully we'll also get to see some elephants. Djuma is very peaceful today. I mean, I've been looking around, keeping my eyes glued to the screen, making sure we don't miss anything. But it is also very windy in Djuma today, so I think that is also what's affecting the activity. Ooh, get out! Quickly! There's a crocodile in the water! Well, if there was a crocodile, Oryx, you would not have gone very far. However, I don't know if any crocodile would want to be in this waterhole right now. The level is very, very low. But I'm crossing my fingers that we will get some rain one of these days. Proper good rainfall, at least just another one. Isn't it incredible how peaceful it is? With everything happening, all of these animals are just so patient with one another. They know they should share the waterhole. And yes, I can do this by myself, but what fun would that be? So please do get in touch with us. Send us through any questions, any comments you might have. And it does not just have to be about the animals. It can really be about anything. Remember, Escape to Nature is literally just some time that we invest in Mother Nature, observe all of these animals, and really, of course, just get to spend some time with all of you as well. Mandy, you would like to know what these storks eat. So these storks are seasonal migrators. Now remember, when an animal migrates, it's due to the fact that they need food, water, or are moving, for reproduction purposes. But these these storks in particular, follow the rain and the water, and that is for the fact that they follow or they need insect outbreaks. So they are predominantly insectivores, but they do feed on aquatic creatures as well, mollusks, things like that. But for the most part, they love insects. So you can see right now, even being around the waterhole, not many of them are actually in the actual water. But for the most part, insectivores, which means they feed on insects, which is also why they follow the rain, they follow the water. Because much like we've seen now this past summer in Djuma, Madikwe, a lot of our locations, rain brings life to everything, not just vegetation. It brings out all of the locusts, the grasshoppers, the dragonflies, all of the creepy crawlies, and that is what these storks want. And you would think that they're starved by now, because we don't actively see them moving around, looking for actual insects. Here and there you'll see a few probing the soil, much like a Harira ibis and a lot of the other birds that we see on Wild Earth. But this is what they do. They're so patient. And I was mentioning earlier, I really do hope the fact that they are still sticking around means that we'll hopefully get some rain. But you never know. And I wonder how they make that call of, all right, chaps, it's not happening for us, let's move on. Because they come to this waterhole for the past few days, or for past few weeks actually, every single day. And sometimes they stay the whole day, sometimes they move off, which I suspect they go to another watering hole then. But right now it's pretty dry. And yes, this is generally what Ukukuyu does look like. This is the sort of picture you will get when we are in this location. But it's just fascinating to think that all of these animals out here, they just adapt, they make it work, they move on if they need some more water. However, we are very fortunate with this specific waterhole. It is a man-made waterhole, so I'm sure you've seen a lot of the springbok congregate. You'll see just basically on your screen at the bottom left, there's sort of like a bare open patch on this side of the waterhole. Now that is where the actual inlet of the water is. So currently it is not being filled up by the conservation management. I think they are probably trying to hold off for as long as possible, but this is a man-made waterhole. So if it needs be, we can fill it up. And that is why we see so many times, the springbok, the elephants, they sort of congregate at that specific area because they can smell that fresh water. Much like we saw with Cedric now as well. The elephants smell that fresh water and the other animals. So hopefully, we'll get some more rainfall. Again, even if it's just like one good proper storm that just sort of rejuvenates and revives the soil again. And with that, everything else, the vegetation, the animals. But all of that being said, since it's been so dry, we have gotten a lot more activity here at this waterhole. Due to the fact that, a lot of the other waterholes in the rest of the park, whether they are man-made or natural, they have already dried up, or they are running very low if they have not already dried up. So therefore the animals are visiting us. They can smell the water. A lot of animals come, as I personally believe, they sort of become used to, knowing where there is generally always water. Yes, they follow the game paths. Yes, they can smell and all of that. But for me particularly at my previous lodge where I worked, we had a waterhole right in front of the lodge. It was a man-made waterhole, but we always kept it filled. And it was like clockwork. The rhinos, the elephants, they knew as soon as the bush became dry, they came to that waterhole constantly. So I think the animals definitely sort of, to an extent, have a memory as to let's go to that area. That's where it's better. This specific reserve as well, the elephants, you know, as soon as it became very, very dry in the peak of winter, they would all move north up into the reserve where there was a massive river system. And of course it was more green up there. And the elephants knew. So again, whether it's by memory or actual smelling the plants and the water, it's just incredible to think that all of these animals out here, whether it's the gemsbok, the storks, the springbok, they all know, okay, well, we need to move on now. We need to go find literally greener pastures. Go find a water hole. Especially when there's little ones in a herd, in a harem. And again, that's why I'll always say, do not tell me an animal is not an emotional being, because the fact that they can know, okay, well, we've got offspring to take care of as well, so we can't just stick around in this area. We actually have to be responsible adults now. It's not like in our younger days where we could just stick around, dehydrate ourselves as much as we wanted to. Much like humans, you know, when you're younger, you are very naive and very, well, reckless, really. And then we become older, and for the most part, we become more responsible. And so do the animals. As soon as there's a foal or a calf or a lamb or a cub, really whatever the animal is that you are looking at, they know that they've got responsibility now. And it's sort of like an instinctive thing to take care of the generations after them. Much like I was talking about earlier on with humans, you know, we should definitely be doing the same. I'm not just saying that if you have children, you must take care of them. Yes, please do. But I mean, even for us that don't have children, we also have to bear in mind that there are many generations hopefully still to come after us. And we have to do everything we can to ensure the safety of the ecosystem for them. Because remember, if the ecosystem collapses, we are definitely going to cease to exist. And I know many people don't always agree with that. I've had quite a few arguments with a few people. But essentially that's how it works. Because trees, soil, animals, birds, everything forms a massive link in a chain of the ecosystem. So as soon as you start losing too many chains at once, or links, then it becomes a little bit problematic. Man, and I really wish one of us knew how to talk to animals. To know what are these storks thinking right now. Surely they must think of something. I actually want to ask all of you, is it possible to think of nothing? When I ask my better half, what are you thinking about? And he says nothing, then I'm like, how can one think of nothing? Is it possible? Is it is it a gender thing? Like, is it just an ability that men have? Are these animals thinking about anything right now? Surely they must be. The storks especially. Being very randomly placed around the waterhole, not moving around, not looking for food. And there's really also not a lot of, active bathing going on. Not sunbathing or dust bathing or anything. I wonder if they sort of go onto an autopilot mode and just chill out. Oof, that springbok was not happy. Stop hovering over me. I get claustrophobic. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the beautiful Okukoyo in Namibia, which is just a little bit north of South Africa, but still on the African continent, Lisa. As you can hear as I'm talking to myself, my name is Lisa and I'm the waterhole naturalist, keeping you all entertained. No, really, the animals are keeping us entertained and educating us on a daily basis. But we've had a wonderful day so far. We really have had a lot of activity here at Okukoyo specifically. We've had all of these Abdom storks, oryxes, springbok, impala, kudu, wildebeest, zebras. It really has been phenomenal. And Cedric has had a beautiful sighting of elephants, as well as zebras, wildebeest, and he's been doing a spot of birding with Ego as well. So we've really had a beautiful day overall. But as always, remember we are live and we are interactive and we love hearing from you. So please, if you do not know how it works, if you are watching on the app or the website, you can just register and that way you can send us your questions. And again, it doesn't just have to be about these weird looking birds. It doesn't just have to be about the leadwood tree on the left. It doesn't just have to even be about any animals. You can really ask us questions as well. Myself, Cedric, Ego, our cameraman, and Madikwe, you are more than welcome to ask us anything. We love hearing from you. It just confirms a little bit that we are not entirely crazy talking to ourselves constantly. I mean, we are, but that is not what we're focusing on right now. I think it's healthy to talk to oneself. Philip, good afternoon. Sorry, I had to make sure. Are we still in the AM or in the PM? Yes, we do get different stork species in Okokoyo, this one being the Abdom stork, but we do get, the possibility for us to see the others are the black storks, marabou, saddle-billed storks, even the woolly neck storks. So there are quite a few species that we'll be able to see here. This one, as I said specifically, is a seasonal migrator. So we will not be seeing them around the whole year. They'll take off as soon as they feel it's necessary to move on to other areas that they might find rain. But yes, there are quite a few, which is phenomenal. I'm very, very excited also for the rest of the year, really, to see not only the activity and the patterns and movements from the mammals, but particularly the birds as well. We've even seen the European bee-eaters a couple of months ago. So I'm very, very excited. Hopefully we'll also get to see some flamingos one of these days. You never really know what to expect. For myself, Philip, seeing the Abdom storks, I've actually never seen them myself in person. And so seeing them here at Okokoyo was my very first time, and it's really been a good couple of months getting to know them in terms of their behavior, their movement, the sort of time of day that they come and go. But again, that always varies. Animals unfortunately do not wear their watches. Had that been the case, they would have been on time when we requested and sent them their schedules. But it's been very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the year, seeing the transition from what is technically referred to as summer and then going into winter, the drier time. And it's quite difficult to think that it can get drier here. But it's going to happen. And this being a man-made waterhole will definitely encourage a lot of animals to come over here in the winter time as well, or in the dry season, I should say. I remember, I think my mom was here, I think it was either something like August or September, somewhere there, but it was still very dry because Okokoyo only gets their rainfall statistically from January to April. So technically we are still in rainfall season. But I remember she also said it was very dry, but she literally just sat outside her little house here at the camp, and she saw lions, she saw elephants, rhinos, and of course all of these wonderful general game. My mom is not much of a birder, so she couldn't tell me any of the bird species that she saw. She's literally just one of those people that says it's got wings, it must be a bird. But I really am very excited for our time, coming, watching the animals here and in the rest of our locations as well. But particularly here, I don't have any experience as a naturalist or as an actual field guide working in an area such as Okokoyo that's this vast and bare and open. And it's been such a journey and experience just learning all about these animals and how they all just carry on. They all adapt, they all survive, they thrive. Just want to have a look, see, because generally when there's an elephant or some elephants coming, they come from the game path that we see on the other side of the waterhole. That's basically just off to the left of the tree line on the right, if that makes sense. But alas, no elephants yet. I actually haven't seen a rhino here in quite some time. I should actually just in my free time start paying more attention to the Okukoyo Dam camp. Because I know the rhinos like to come generally as it becomes darker. Then they'll come around when it cools off. That's not too often, but every now and again they actually get into the water as well, just to cool off a little, get a sip of water. Lots and lots of storks. Would you agree with me? 1,116? That's how many storks are here. I counted them, all of them. I counted the Egyptian geese. We've still got 8. 2 parents and 6 goslings. You cannot tell me this looks appetizing. And luckily the animals can't see in color, otherwise they would realize, no, hold on. This does not look nearly as delicious as it did a couple of months ago. Green and lush and fluffy and just lovely. But they can smell, you know, the animals know, okay, well, there's still some nutrition over here. I do think it's also a force of habit. Getting as much food as possible when it is still available. Because if it doesn't rain soon, I think even this little bit of grass will disappear within the next few weeks. which is very sad if you think about it. But these springbok do not mind one bit. Still getting as much as they can. Hi, beautiful. Mrs. Walrus, you are saying there must be 111 to 11 stalks here. You might not be wrong, you know. It's it's a lot. And I always think, no, Lisa, you are over-exaggerating. But it really is the case with specifically birds, I find. But even, the other animals. We've actually taken the liberty sometimes when all of the zebras come along. We've quickly said, okay, let's try and count them. And then easily, just in one take, there could be 60 zebra in the waterhole. So it doesn't look like a lot, but much like the red-billed quillias as well, when we do see them, when they are in those massive flocks, then you tend to think, it's a lot, but it can't be that many. But I mean, if you look at a stadium, whether you are watching a live broadcast of sport like rugby or an actual concert or whatever, we tend to underestimate the volume that it can take. And it really is the same in this area, specifically around this waterhole. It was very, very quiet when it did actually rain, and we did not see a lot of activity. But sometimes it becomes very busy, and I suspect it might become even busier within the next few months with regards to mammal activity as well, some other birds. But particularly now with all of these stalks, it doesn't look like a lot. But I think if we were actually to count them, then you're spot on there, Mrs. Walrus. Woo! Just look at that. I love it when they do that. The springbok is like, whoa! So we'll just see if they are leaving completely or just repositioning. But this is generally, it's very interesting. This is a behavior that they, for the most part, have been doing midday. They'll take off, they'll go around the waterhole a few times, and then they just come back down. I suspect it's most probably just to sort of see if there's any insects or anything moving around that they can see. Because of course they are birds, they've got phenomenal eyesight. Or perhaps they are just sort of repositioning, Alright, you guys go over there, we'll come over here so you can get more of the sun. Not that it really matters here. I mean, the sun is everywhere. Unless you are standing underneath that tree, you are pretty much going to be in the sun. But it's very interesting, and it's not a lack of research or wanting to know or even experience, because as I say, this is also a learning curve for myself, spending time with these birds. But even if you go look on a bird app, you research it, there's not a lot of research as to why they do that. What could it be for? And much like vultures, when they do actually wake up and rise and shine in the morning, they'll go into thermals, fly high up in the air, and then they'll sort of just spread the wings and conserve their energy for as long as they can. And then once a waterhole or the spot of the day has been chosen, then they'll all come down to that area. And again, to a certain extent, I do think it's like vultures. You know, if there's perhaps, because this is not all one flock that is always together. It's sort of smaller groups that just join each other. And it's the same with vultures. You know, vultures, if they are soaring and they are using the thermals, conserving their energy, warming up for the day, as soon as they see a group of vultures sitting in a tree or even on the ground at a carcass, all of them will go to that particular spot. So it's the same with the storks, really. Yes, for the most part, they generally arrive as a flock. But then I would say probably for the next half an hour or hour after that, they still have smaller groups that come in to join them as well. Marnie, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. You would like to know, is there a migration system for the oryx between this reserve and others? So remember, Etosha National Park is where we're currently at, and any park or reserve for the most part is a fenced area. Even something as massive as Kruger, ultimately it is fenced. So for me, I always like to think of migrations happen, whether it's a quote-unquote official migration or not. As I mentioned earlier on, the elephants that I worked with my previous game reserve, in the winter time it was like clockwork. They all moved up north for a month or two, and then they would come back down. So migration is not just in the sense of, you know, seeing thousands of 10,000s of animals moving and, you know, they follow a specific pattern and it happens at a specific time. That is never the case with any animals, really. Even if you do go to the Masai Mara to see the Great Migration, you are not guaranteed that you are going to see it. Just like seeing the Northern Lights, you know, it's a part of nature and we can't predict those things. But that being said, even in a national park, private game reserve, wherever the animals are, they will move due to water, food, and then also potentially reproduction purposes. But the two major things are generally, especially with general game, are generally water and food. So as soon as it becomes dry, you know, with regard to food as well as water, they will move away a little bit, which is what we saw a lot a couple of months ago with a little bit of rainfall we did have here in Okukoyo. It was green, it was lush all over, you know, the animals were really loving it, but we did not see a lot of animals because they were no longer restricted just to one area. They could actually, I'm sure, go to a lot of other waterholes in the reserve or in the park, and they were no longer just limited to just coming to one area. But yes, they definitely do move. I mean, specifically this time that I'm referring to. We didn't see any oryx. But even now, Marnie, the oryxes, yes, we do see them. But for me, particularly what I've been seeing is we see a lot of bachelors. So they come to the waterhole, but I can't remember when last we actually saw a proper oryx herd with a calf in between as well. And again, much like the elephants, you know, they have to think of the offspring as well. And even though oryxes are not water dependent, if there is water available, they will definitely stay in that area for as long as they can, which is what I suspect is currently the case and probably going to be the case for quite a couple of months from now, because the animals know that there's water here, and as long as there's water, they will keep coming. You know, much like humans, I am I'm a very boring human being when it comes to trying new things, when it comes to restaurants. I will always take the exact same thing because I know that is what I like, that is what I prefer, as opposed to risking it and not being successful. And it's the same with these animals. When there's water here, they're going to continue to come here. And it's a problem, you know, in a lot of places in southern Africa. It's a problem in your parks, in your reserves. I remember Kruger National Park one year had a massive drought. There were so many hippos that died that year because hippos, for instance, do traverse from waterhole to waterhole. And between that traversing, they sort of came to the next waterhole and it was dry. So even if you know or you can smell, say for kilometers, there's water, if you are moving en route and you don't get there in time, then it's going to be detrimental for you. Whether it's birds, mammals, reptiles, whatever the case is.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Always amazes me if you if you look at these zebras and these oryxes right now. It's almost like they are baffled. How will we get past these birds? And I wonder, you know, do they just see one black sort of picture? Is that perhaps why it's intimidating them a little bit? Because it works the same with us, you know, when we are on safari. That is why when you actually take people out on safari, it's so important to stress to people, specifically when we are on sightings, please do not stand up. Do not make any funny movements and noises and sounds, because ultimately the animals just see one big thing. They don't see the individuals in the vehicle necessarily. So as soon as you sort of stand up or make those funny movements, you single yourself out, and then they realize, something is not quite right. So I wonder, with these oryxes, the zebras, is that what they are seeing right now? Just one big flock of, or one black shape? Lenny, so good to hear from you. Glad you are still with us. You're saying funny how they position themselves on different sides on different days. I know. It's again, we tend to think that animals, sort of do one specific thing. I remember the one day I had a sighting, not a sighting, but like while watching Okokoyo, I think they moved and maneuvered around 5 different times, and it was interesting. 2 of those 5 times they just repositioned around the waterhole, and the other 3 times they actually took off, and then within the next 20 minutes or so they returned. But it's fascinating, all of these animals. We tend to think that, okay, well, this is generally where they come from, this is generally the exit route they use. But we don't know what's happening in their lives right now. We don't know what the actual circumstances to all of these animals are. We've got a tiny, tiny window into what is happening out here right now. With all of these animals, collectively, as a group, but each individual as well. We don't know, perhaps one of these springbok got chased by a crocodile. Not chased, but potentially was a victim of a crocodile last night, and that is why they don't really want to go into the water. One of the elephants I used to work with, I don't know if she was scared of water or what the story was. Not even the elephant carers really know why she was like this. But it was very rarely that she would go into the water for swimming. She would mud bathe a lot. She would drink a lot of water, but she did not like going into the water. And even when she did, she would make sure she was surrounded by the whole herd, and she would always be close to an edge, sort of having an escape route, I assume. So it's interesting with all of these animals, what happened last night? Was there a lion that potentially threatened all of you? Or were the storks, was there any disputes last night in the flock? Anything that happened? Come on, elephants. Really hoping for some elephants today. This truly is such an iconic African scene, with the zebras and the springbok and the oryx. All we need to make it very cliche now would be like an elephant and a rhino and a giraffe. But it's so incredible just to take some time to listen all of the different bird calls, the blacksmith lapwings, the crows. You would think that these birds that we see all over, the storks, that they would be very loud, but they are not at all loud. Dr. Seuss, I like your name. You are saying, do I think that the animals are intimidated by these storks? No, I don't think so. Again, it depends on the animals, not just depends on the species. It depends on the animal. I mean, I've seen some of these springbok that are sort of very confused once they are amongst the stalks and don't know how to get out, very frantic. And then, some of these springbok literally just, you can see, they are just walking through them, they don't mind them. And then other days, you get oryxes that they seem terrified of the birds. So I really think it depends on the situation, but I think to an extent it must be intimidating, but I can't really speak for the animals in terms of saying they must be. Surely that is what's happening. But it's always funny, with something as big as an oryx, or the other day we saw giraffe. But giraffe, for the most part, they are like these dainty, polite, fragile little things. I don't think they always realize how massive they are. But they always sort of wait their turn. No, you go. No, you go. No, you go. No, really, you can go. We'll wait. And where some of these animals are just like, excuse me, pardon me. Even the elephants, that one older bull elephant that I enjoy watching so much. When he does come, he sort of walks around the stalks and then he'll find a spot and he'll go into the water or he'll drink water. Whereas the other cheeky younger one, he sort of just flusters everything away and bombastically tells them to move. So I think, again, I love it. It's so pretty. Just look at that. Try not to flinch. We actually need 3D glasses right now. Those of you that are in fact from the United States, or perhaps you've been fortunate to go visit Disney World, if you have not yet been and you have been considering it, I definitely would encourage you to go on Flight of the Banshee at Pandora. It's incredible. And it's even better than having a 3D experience. Sorry, that was very random. I just thought about that now when when all of these storks take off and they sort of fly directly towards the camera. But you see that now. How and who decided that? We are now clearing one half of the waterhole as we suspect the elephants might be coming soon. Therefore, everyone, if you cannot find a spot, move to the back, please. It's very organized. I think we should get some Abdom stalks for some of our places in South Africa. Our license departments, our home affairs officers. I think they will definitely help with that. Get some organization in there. Marnie, you would like to know if I know anything about the Quagga program in South Africa. Do you want the right answer or the honest answer? I do not, Marnie. Let me quickly see if I can find some out about it. If you know anything, please do let me know. I assume it's the Quagga zebra, but I assume they would probably be trying to get the numbers back up. Let me have a look, see. Quagga. The Quagga Project. The Quagga Revival South Africa. This is my David Attenborough voice. This project started in 1987. That's an attempt by a group of dedicated people in South Africa to bring back an animal from extinction and reintroduce it into reserves in its former habitat. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow. Even the Stellenbosch University is involved. The project is aimed at rectifying a tragic mistake made over 100 years ago through greed and short-sightedness. It is hoped that if this revival is successful, in due course, herds showing the phenotype of the original Quagga will again roam in the plains of the Karoo. Wow, that's super. Thank you for this, Marnie. That's super interesting. DNA analysis has shown that the Quagga was not a separate species of the zebra, but in fact a subspecies of the plain zebra. The Quagga formerly inhabited the Karoo and southern Free State of South Africa. Like other grazing mammals, quaggas had been ruthlessly hunted. They were seen by the settlers as competitors for the grazing of their livestock, mainly sheep and goats. Oh, gotcha. I misunderstood that. I understood the quaggas are hunting the goats and the sheep. No, they are competing for grass. Sorry, that was a silly moment on my part. By selective breeding from a selected... I apologize, I am reading this now. I too am learning, Marnie. By selective breeding from a selected founder population of southern plain zebra, an attempt is being made to retrieve the genes responsible for the quagga's characteristic striping pattern. When the quagga mare at Amsterdam Zoo died on 12 August 1883, it was not realized that she was the very last of her kind. Because of the confusion caused by the indiscriminate use of the term quagga for any zebra, the true quagga was hunted to extinction, without this being realized until many years later. Marnie, was that what you were referring to? Do you have more information on this? I would love to hear from you as well. And again, that wasn't any of Wild Earth's opinions or my opinions. That is just reading a little bit about that. But that's very interesting, Marnie. Thank you for pointing that out. You see, I say, and all of the naturalists really say this every day, but every day is a school day. I will definitely go research that a little bit more, Marnie. Thank you for that. That's very interesting. And they are, sometimes, just like anything else in life, everyone is entitled to their opinion. And there are some people that I've actually encountered that are still of the opinion that the quaggas do still not only exist, they are thriving and all of that. There's a lot of debate over this. The quagga, the plain zebra. But that is definitely interesting. I will do a bit of research on that. Thank you for that, Marnie. That's very interesting. You see, we learn every day. But again, just pointing out on some of the facts that I know with regards to hunting and all of that, it just again shows that humans, or known as the lesser spotted Homo sapiens, we are very, very greedy. And yes, it's rather sad if you think about what's happening. If you look at something like jackals and wild dogs, for instance, in South Africa, farmers are not very fond of those animals. If you're a farmer, please don't be offended. This is just what I've generally encountered with the projects I've been involved in. because those animals just sort of move through the areas and they take out the livestock, they take out the sheep and the goats and the cows. And so they actually kill those animals if they find them on their farms, whether it's a jackal, whether it's a group of or pack of wild dogs. And it's sad, I understand from that perspective, if that is your income, that is your bread and butter, you can't have other animals eating that. But it's a very difficult thing because that animal's just following its instinct. It's not thinking, hoo-hoo, there's a farmer's animals, perhaps I can make him lose money. It's a very difficult thing. But coming back to the quagga and a lot of the other animals that we always, see and observe out in the wild, there's a very fine line. There's a very, very fine line between when is it right for them and when is it right for us. And a lot of the times, these lines sort of get blurred very easily and very quickly. I've seen so many projects where animals get exploited for the benefit of humans, people making money off of the animals. It's a difficult thing. But thank you for that, Marnie. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Thank you for that. I'll definitely research a bit on that. And then I will give you some feedback if that is good with you over the weekend. Let's see if we've got some elephants on the horizon. No, why not? At least Cedric and Igor got a good elephant, well actually a few good elephant sightings today. So we are very grateful for that. But I mean, let's be honest, we also want some elephants. Just one. One is more than enough for us. Woo! Time to move. You see, how and when did that get communicated? I mean, if you look at red-billed quillias, they are constantly chattering and making noise and talking about, all right, now we're going, all right, now it's your time to drink water. We're going back over to that tree, we're going down for water, the whole time. But with these birds, You don't hear them. Is it just a random sort of like, okay, well, I'm taking off now. Those of you that want to follow can follow me. How does it work? Tell me.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get quizzing.
Isn't it amazing to see that every single time? I know we see it a lot, but I get so excited every time it happens. But as I mentioned this morning, you know, when it was still fairly windy, I said we might expect some clouds pulling in, and that is now slowly becoming the case. So perhaps, you never know, perhaps there's some rain coming, whether it's today or later in the week, hopefully. Adam B, you've got a very, very interesting question. You are saying the British Parliament is about to debate a law that bans trophy hunting. Conservationists are saying this will harm wildlife as hunting helps protect habitats and animals. Thoughts? And you wanted to mention also they're not banning seer hunting in UK, so not to do with actual morality of hunting. They are trying to help wildlife conservation. Are they misguided? Adam B, this is a very difficult question, and it's a very sensitive topic for a lot of people. because there's a lot of debate between this. I mean, one of my very good friends actually owns a hunting farm, and him and I used to often get into actual fights over this, and the topic of hunting, etc., etc. Adam B, what I will do is I will tell you a story. If you are a sensitive listener or viewer, perhaps just mute this part. You can still watch the beautiful birdies. But if you are a sensitive listener or viewer, just go make yourself a cup of coffee. And I've told this story before, but one time, I thought about it earlier, this was 9 years ago. And I was working at a lodge, and unfortunately my guest checked in like literally just before safari, because generally by the time I take people on safari, I can tell you their blood type, their history, their family tree. So I didn't really get to chit-chat before safari. So they just jumped on the vehicle, literally just threw their bags in the room, jumped on the vehicle. So I was doing a safari induction, and I said, all right, these are the do's and don'ts. But first of all, let me get to know you. Why are you here? Is this your first time in Africa? And this father looked at me and he says, no, I've been in Africa many times. I actually just completed my Big Five. And I said, oh, that's exciting. Where did you see them? And he says, no, sunshine, I've seen many of the Big Five. I mean, shooting my last animal of the Big Five. And for a moment I was very naive, and I wanted to say, oh, that's nice, are you a photographer, wildlife, what do you do? And he said, no, sweetheart, you don't understand. I shoot animals, I hunt animals. And for a moment I literally did not know what to say. So I said to him, all right, so I was at a loss for words. And he said, this is my wife and my children. My children are actually on their first hunting excursion. They both each just shot an antelope. And then what he went on to do next is he pulled out his phone and he said to me, the last that I needed of my Big Five was a leopard. So then people, before I could stop this gentleman or throw his phone in the bush, he shows me a video of a leopard sitting in a tree on a kill. I don't know if the leopard was lured there with food or if it was actually a natural situation. But you can hear the vehicle running. This guy is still sitting on the vehicle, and the next thing he shoots that leopard from the vehicle out of the tree. Needless to say, leopard falls out of the tree. They wait like 5 or 2 minutes. For me, while I was watching this thing, it felt like 500 years, much less 5 minutes. But then he goes to crouch down next to the leopard and takes his selfie. And the leopard was actually still alive. By this time, it was obviously paralyzed and on the brink of dying. But yes, this guy literally, I asked him, like, I was so in shock, and I asked him, like, what do you do? And he said to me, I mount them on a wall, of course. I've got a massive trophy room in my house, And yes, without giving you too much detail and colorful language of what happened next, I just went to my managers and I said, listen, put these people on someone else's vehicle, or I will go pack my whole room and my whole life up now, and I will never come back here again. And that for me, Adam B, was, like, there's so many things wrong with with that whole story. The fact that it's Big Five, rhinos are endangered, but for me the big thing is sitting on a vehicle shooting an animal. If you want to shoot an animal or hunt an animal, I mean, I always say, rather make it a fair fight. Especially people that poach rhinos, for instance, and lions and elephants. By all means, I will give you the machete to take the organs, to take the horn, to take the paws, whatever the case is. But put that animal down without having to shoot it. I would pay millions of dollars, which I don't even have. I would pay that money to see you do it successfully. We tend to think that due to money and technology and weapons, we've got this power over animals. And I know that's not what you asked me, Adam B, but for me, again, I don't want to delve into that question too much because there's a fine line and the lines do get blurred a lot. And believe me, I frequently do research on this because it's an internal conflict I often have with myself. For me personally, to break it down for you, if you are going to shoot an animal just to put the head or the skull or the horns or the tusks or whatever on your wall, that is not a fair fight. Secondly, if you are going to be hunting, do it on foot. At least give that animal to attack you or to run away or whatever the case is. And this again is very sensitive to talk about. For me particularly, Adam, my best friend actually lost her boss last year. He went on a hunting trip with the guys and they hunted buffalo, and he I don't know what the correct word for it is in English. In Afrikaans you call it kwes. So he literally just injured a buffalo. He didn't kill the buffalo when he shot it. And later he wanted to go look for the buffalo, and buffaloes in general, very dangerous animals. We as naturalists at Wild Earth have told you this time and time again. But an injured and an old buffalo is probably the deadliest combination you could have. And yes, without going into too much detail, unfortunately, he didn't see the buffalo coming. Buffalo came for him and killed him right on the spot, which is a very unfortunate event. But again, where do you sort of draw the line? There are places that actually do allow hunting, which is part of culling and cropping processes, so that they can actually manage the numbers. Because you see, here's the big problem. We as humans invade everywhere. When you look at this, we are invading here because this is a national park. Everywhere I've worked was private game reserves. Us as humans have just sort of taken over and put fences up, and yes, to a certain extent it is to keep animals in, but it's also to keep people out, so animals don't have that sort of free reign where they can just move wherever they want, where they can control and manage their own numbers without even consciously having to think about it twice. So it's a very difficult thing, because now you're thinking of, okay, well, we've already sort of invaded their space now. So a lot of places do have to go through culling and cropping, which is, again, the management of the numbers. And I mean, I've worked at places where the animals have become too many. They sort of repopulate like rabbits. And then what happens is sometimes, there is some hunting going on, but then the whole animal gets utilized. I remember we actually donated the meat to communities close to us. And again, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that is wrong. It's just, Adam, it's a very difficult question to answer. It's, I don't know, and again, this is just personal opinion. If you are just shooting an animal, first of all, off of a vehicle, you're not giving that animal a chance, a fair chance at least. Well, to an extent fair, because you're still using a weapon. And secondly, if you are not going to use that animal, you're just going to put it on the wall for what? To, sort of just brag about it, have bragging rights. I don't know why people do it. So I say this with the utmost respect. And again, the fact that this gentleman specifically that I was talking about now, the fact that he shot a rhino, that day I was, and this was 9 years ago, that day I was so disappointed in my country's system. Because to shoot any animal, you need a permit. Now, what happens when you get a permit? You pay a lot of money, depending on the species. And, you see, these birds are at least distracting me a little bit before I burst out into tears. You pay a lot of money for a permit. It can be a quite long process. However, just like anything else, if you know people, then you can quickly get that piece of paper by paying some extra money. The thing that broke my brain that day is how for the life of me, did that guy get a permit to shoot a rhino? Much less lion, leopard, there are permits for that. But a rhino, an animal that is endangered, that is busy dying out more rapidly than we ever want to fathom. And, he just shot it for fun, to be able to put the body in his museum or his chambers or whatever he did. How was that possible? It literally just broke my brain. So Adam, with regards to trophy hunting, there's a lot of aspects that come to it. It has to be, there's so many things that you have to take into consideration. And just like I say with anything else, if you are considering visiting a zoo, even a reserve, a lodge, a park, do your research. Make sure that those people have the right intentions. And the same, if you are perhaps a hunter, I do not have one thing against you. As I say, one of my best friends he's got his own hunting farm. It's each to their own. We are all entitled to our own opinions and way of living and all of that. I do just want to stress that it's important to do research. So I really hope that the Parliament, Adam, does enough research, with regards to the species that they allow, with the protocols that are followed, with seasons, will there be specific seasons for this? I know in South Africa there's, when you go to the coastal areas, you are only allowed to fish during certain times because there's a season, much like any other animal, there's a season when there's a lot of them and then they move on again. So if we take everything out at once, it becomes a problem. So I hope that answers. I know it wasn't a very clear answer, Adam, but as I say, I literally still have a fight with myself internally about this every single day, because already as humans we have invaded. So it's difficult. It's difficult, Adam. But for now, I'm going to send you to a less depressing topic and place, and that is with Cedric and Igor in Madikwe.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, of course, I do not touch any sides and any stories about hunting and all that. That's everybody's own choices in that. But as you can see, we've got a beautiful male giraffe that is busy ruminating here at one of the little pens. But he's a stunning boy, as you can see. Not the oldest of males, but he is quite an impressive size of about 1.5 tons, if I'm not mistaken about that. And look at my hooves. Beautiful. Long tail hairs as well. They've actually got the longest hairs out of all mammals on their tails. It's amazing. Up to about 60 centimeters long. So very nice and very, very coarse. It almost looks like wires. Very coarse. And a lot of people also make little bangles from those hairs. If they find those hairs lying on the ground, they can make little bangles. That's quite nice. Use nature. It's a good thing. But as you can see, so just ruminating. I'm going to maybe move on and look for some other things to feed on. Oh, oxpecker as well there on his neck. Maybe he's going to go for it for a little bit of a drink. So sometimes when giraffes do go down for a drink, they go very slowly to these water holes and very tentative, because it almost feels like they're almost vulnerable at these pans and dams when they bend down to have a drink. You're going to see this male just looking around, just making sure that everything is safe around here before he'll put his face into the water. Maybe because of our presence, maybe that's why he doesn't want to do too much for now. Now he's just staring into the distance. But you can also see with the male's head now, you can nicely, a perfect position there. But he's not old; he's a young male. But you can just see the head. You can just see that calcification protrusions now coming out on the like kind of the front part of his head. The older they get, the bigger those knobs become on top of their head. Not the ossicones, but just like of course on their snout. And the whole reason for that is just to make their heads much heavier when they do compete against each other. Alright, well, see. Maybe he's going to go to that other side. I think the other side looks a little bit better. It's not such a big drop if he has to bend down to drink. Let's see what he does here. Maybe he does. We've got a very small gap here, so that's the only thing. I'm hoping he's going to do it in that gap. And he's moving away. What? Maybe? No, he's not even. Alright, well. Maybe I'll call that one completely incorrectly there. I thought he was going to have a drink. Or maybe on the other side. All by himself. I don't see any other giraffes around here. Just that one male. And off he goes. There's an impala under the tree. Oh, impala ram just also taking some shelter from the sun. It has ended up quite warm here at Madikwe now, this morning and of course now this afternoon. A beautiful ram. And some of these impala rams are quite impressive. I mean, their horns are absolutely wide and the base is much thicker. It just seems like it, but definitely wider. It seems like these impalas are absolutely in good nick here. Where's your friends? There's Angra. Maybe there's some other impalas in the back end. So we are coming closer to the airstrip area, and we have come back further east from where we were earlier at Clo Dam. Oh, there comes another male. Alright, there's his buddy. And we just came this side to just take a look what's happening. Apparently they had a lions calling here this morning. Oh, actually we also had lions calling here this morning while we were sitting at Chukuru Dam. But unfortunately we could not locate on those lions. Might be able to get one of those beautiful shaft-tailed widers. We see them quite often around here. Just keeping my eyes open here. Oh, there's a little waxbill. Jessica, the only difference I see in behavior because of the heat here, if I'm looking at something like the other day at Clo Dam, for instance, I mean, Djuma gets hot. Trust me, Djuma does get hot. I mean, it gets also into the early, well, how can I say, low 40s to the high 30s some days. But I think the reason being that these elephants come down to these dams more often, like what we saw at Clo Dam, is due to there's not many shady areas. There's not many big drainage lines, you know, rivers and that, where of course they can keep it a little bit cooler and stand under some big trees and that. I think in Madikwe there's a lot of this shrubbery all over, and they tend to kind of utilize the dams, the water, the mud as more of a cooling system, more so than their Djuma. So that's the only thing I can really say, but I mean, I've never seen so many elephants at one dam. Other than that, no, like most animals still do what they have to do. I mean, zebras and wildebeest are still roaming the areas. Impalas like this now on hot days will do the same as impalas on hot days. We'll do it in Djuma sites, so it's the same thing. So there's not really much of a difference on what animals, on how they behave due to the heat here at Madikwe compared to Djuma. But it's just like I know for a fact that definitely the sun here is sharp. It's a very sharp sun. I mean, I don't get burnt easily, but yeah, I think I've had my fair share of sun for this last couple of weeks because the sun is sharp here. Djuma, it is easier. It just seems like the sun is hot, but I think the humidity is much higher. That's the difference. Alright, well, we are going to slowly mosey on maybe towards the airstrip side. While we do that, let's head over to Okokwiyo with Lisa. She is still watching those beautiful storks.
Thank you, Cedric. Yes, as you can see, the storks have now completely taken over. Just a little bit of antelope left. I'm just anxiously waiting to see, will we or won't we, before the end of Escape to Nature, see some elephants? Very, very, very anxiously sitting here, seeing some mirages of elephants appearing on the horizon. No, it has been a beautiful day all over. We really have seen so much, myself and Cedric. And of course, we could not have done it without all of you and your questions, your comments, your suggestions. We really love hearing from you. But what a beautiful day. We are, of course, coming to that time of the day again where we have to say cheerio and bid you farewell. But it's been a beautiful day. We've seen all of these storks being very dramatic, as you can see. Springbok, kudu, oryx, zebras, wildebeest, impalas. Oof. It's really been a lot, and that was just at Okokoyo. Djuma was very quiet today. Not much happening, but it is very windy in Djuma. And then Cedric and Eagle got to see a lot of birds, wildebeest, zebras, elephants. And of course, remember, if you have perhaps missed out on the whole of Escape to Nature, you can always just check out the highlights where we take the best bits for you and let you know what you missed out on. And you can check that out on YouTube as well as the app. And that way you can stay updated. But please do stay tuned for some more time with immersing yourself in nature after this. And then of course, this afternoon, we will take you on Sunset Safari. I'm sure it's going to be a brilliant one. I will not be here tomorrow. However, you are stuck with me for the weekend, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. So I will see all of you again on Saturday. But I hope you've had a brilliant day with us. We hope we've answered all of your questions, addressed all of your comments, and again, thank you so much for that. We really do appreciate it. Without you, none of this is possible. So thank you as always for being our wonderful viewers, our commentators. We really do appreciate all of you so much. And remember, the only way to learn more about animals is to educate yourself. The more you know, the more you're going to want to know. So definitely see what you can learn in the next few days. But I'll be back on Saturday, and I will miss all of you sincerely tomorrow. But I hope you have a brilliant time this afternoon on Sunset Safari, and tomorrow with Alex. And yes, from myself, the waterhole naturalist, Lisa, thank you so much for spending your day with us. From Cedric and Eagle in Madikwe, they would like to sincerely thank you as well. And just thank you from everyone at Wild Earth, from the directors, tech team, and of course thank you to them as well. Without all of them, none of this will be possible as well. So we really just have the easiest jobs as naturalists. But I hope you all have a beautiful day. I hope we get some rain in Okokoyo and that it will be completely transformed on Saturday. But I will see all of you again then. Have a beautiful day. And thank you so much for spending some time with us today on Escape to Nature. And yes, again, thank you so much for a brilliant day.